You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. Here in this quote, the U term refers to all of us. That's why we have chosen our own path, right? And all the amazing students sitting over here, first of all, give a good round of applause for all of you because you belong to a sector which is in high demand, especially if I talk about my state, Odisha. So, my dear friends, let's begin this amazing occasion where we would be witnessing thought-provoking sessions where we have the presence of eminent panelists who are trendsetters, who are, you can say, expert in their own domain. So we are about to begin. Before that, I would like to say all of you, IHM, Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar. In this illustrious journey of 50 years, we can say that it stands as a beacon of excellence, guiding its students to find their unique direction and nurturing them to spread their wings and fly high. We all make this opening day really meaningful and connecting, and of course, because this would be a byway process. We have our expert, we have our dignitaries, we have our chief guest, we have our guest of honor, but your presence is highly required, your cooperation, your energy. So can I see a small trailer of the energy of the students, powerhouse of energy? A big round of applause once again. Thank you so much. A very special thing to mention about our state of Odisha, all of you know, it is very rich when it comes to our cultural heritage. Apart from that, breathtaking scenic beauties, right? But other than that, two things make it really important. I can say after hosting FIH Men's Hockey World Cup 2 years in a row, now nobody can say, not even the website of India Tourism, that Odisha, India's best kept secret. We are not a secret anymore in World Forum. And apart from that, the emerging medical tourism, I would like to mention about this because the hospitals who are running with the state-of-the-art technology, apart from that, the seasoned, the expert healthcare professionals, this is attracting visitors as well as patients because they are opting Odisha for their treatment purpose. And when these things are in, we are talking about these things, then your role has become pivotal. And IHM, of course, it's contributing and of course shining high. Once again, a big round of applause. We have the august presence of our dignitaries, so let's welcome them and let's seek the divine blessings of Almighty. Let's proceed for ceremonial lamp lighting. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome our chief guest, Ms. Srimai Mishra, Chairperson OB and OC WW Board, Government of Odisha, State General Secretary, BJD, and former chairperson on the dais. And we also have Ms. Supayana Bal, Director, Master Mentor, Program Development Center. We have Mr. Rishi S. Puri, Senior Vice President, Mayfair Hotels and Resort Private Limited. And we have the host, we can say, from IHM, the seasoned principal, Madam Shada Ghosh. Okay, ma'am. So I request our dignitaries to please proceed for the lamp lighting. And I request that in the background, we would be, we would be following the rituals of Odisha, sloka chanting. And please, I request the dignitaries to proceed for lamp lighting with a big round of applause from all of you. I request Gopal Patnaik sir to please join for lamp lighting and other dignitaries sitting in the first row. Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathagami Bhavat.
शुक्लांबरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये व्यासं वसिष्ठनप्तारं शक्तेः पौत्रमकल्मषं पराशरात्मजं वन्दे शुकतातं तपोनिधिं व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः अविकाराय शुद्धाय नित्याय परमात्मने सदैकरूपरूपाय विष्णवे सर्वजिष्णवे यस्य स्मरणमात्रेण जन्म संसारबन्धनात् विमुच्यते नमस्तस्मै विष्णवे प्रभविष्णवे ॐ नमो विष्णवे प्रभविष्णवे श्रीवैशम्पायन उवाच श्रुत्वा धर्मानशेषेण पावनानि च सर्वशः युधिष्ठिरः शान्तनवं पुनरेवाभ्यभाषत युधिष्ठिर उवाच किमेकं दैवतं लोके किं वाप्येकं परायणं स्तुवन्तः कङ्कमर्चन्तः प्राप्नुयुर्मानवा शुभं को धर्मः सर्वधर्माणां भवतः परमो मतः किं जपन्मुच्यते जन्तुर्जन्म.
Thank you so much. I request our dignitaries to please be seated. Thank you so much. The divine power of light, which has immense capabilities to eradicate all sorts of hurdles in our way towards success, peace, and prosperity. Moving ahead, presenting you a traditional dance form of Odisha, and of course, we would be flaunting another classical dance which is well known, like Odissi, Bharatnatyam. This amazing amalgamation will definitely make you spellbound. Please put your hands together because we have our 10 students, Tiasha and Roshan. Thank you so much.
नयन पथगामी अरविन्द्यशिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि कल्मषमोषिणि घोषरते तनुजनिरोषिणि दितिसुतरोषिणि दुर्मदशोषिणि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते
Thank you so much, Roshan and Tiasa. Thank you. Thank you for this preparation. Thank you for this presentation. I hope you have enjoyed. And moving ahead, time has arrived that we will be inviting our dignitaries present over here. We are indebted from entire team of IHM. Thank you for your time and your presence marking to this event. Let's welcome Ms. Shrimai Mishra, Chairperson OB and OCWW Board, with a huge round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for giving your valuable time and presence. Government of Odisha, State General Secretary BJD and former Chairperson. Ma'am, please be seated. We also have the presence of Ms. Supaya Nagmal. Please put your hands together, everyone. Let's welcome this amazing lady. We have with us Director, School of Academy, WSC, Master Mentor, Program Development Center, Master Mentor, Program Development Center, ITE, Center for Life Support Training. We have the presence of Mr. Rishi S. Puri, Senior Vice President, Mayfair Hotels and Resorts Private Limited. We have Ms. Acharapan Yava Prapas, Consul General, Royal Thai Consulate General, Kolkata. She is present with us in online mode. And we have the presence of Mrs. Sharda Ghosh, Principal, IHM. And I request our team to please bring the welcome kit, Atithi Devo Bhava, a token of appreciation from all of us, a fresh, warm bouquet, like the fresh, loving wishes, and the Uttariya traditional signature of our Odisha, in the form of handloom, the very loving cloth, and there is a conference kit, because the very first day of this amazing celebration we will observe in the form of international conference. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri, for your time and presents. Everyone present over here are icon in themselves. They are achievers. You will listen to their achievements, their stories, and of course their mantra of success. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. As we are discussing about tourism in the very beginning part, which is a key sector which acts as a catalyst for the socioeconomic development of any region. All of you know that it provides job opportunity, and it's a platform for promoting cultural exchange and boosting the local economy by attracting visitors. And right now, let's take a moment to acknowledge the Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar, which not only imparts exceptional education in the field of tourism and hospitality, but also plays an instrumental role in nurturing skilled professionals who can contribute to the growth of the tourism sector. Institutions like IHM equip students with the knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in this industry, allowing them to become the ambassadors of their respective states and nations. And we have the presence of Principal Madam Sharda Ghosh. I request her to please offer the welcome address to the August gathering present over here on the dais. Thank you.
morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A warm welcome to Ms. Srimay Mishra, Chairperson, OB and OCWW Board, Government of Orissa, State General Secretary, BJD, and very importantly for us, former Chairperson, OTDC. A warm welcome to Ms. Supaya Nagmal. She is at the moment on an assignment as Director Services, World Skills Center, but her long-term assignment is with ITI Center for Training, Singapore. Thank you very much, ladies, for being with us today. Warm welcome to Mr. Rishi Puri, CEO and VP Operations, Mayfair Hotels and Resorts. Thank you very much for taking your time. Mayfair has always been very supportive. All the dignitaries who have come from faraway lands, my colleagues from the other IHMs, former Principal Mr. B.P. Tripathi, Principal in charge Ms. Arya Panigrahi, all the retired faculty and staff of this institute, invitees, members from the media, very importantly our alumni and my dear students. Gives me immense pleasure to be here today to host this 3 years international conference on rural tourism and alternative accommodation perspectives and challenges. With a lot of contemplation and reasoning, we chose this particular topic. Reason being, we felt that there is a shift of the traveler from being in urban cities, rather try out the rustic, beautiful villages of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you will agree that true India lies in our villages. So we thought of pondering on this particular topic to understand how as the Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar, can take forward the job of trying to promote rural tourism, especially in the state. Past 3 years, we have been involved in capacity building in the rural areas of the state, and we have felt that there is a gap and we need to fill that up. So with this purpose, we have chosen this particular topic, and I'm sure that these 2 days, we are going to listen to a lot of discussions and come up with certain innovative ideas and recommendations for the government to take things forward. I once again thank all the delegates who have come from various universities and alumni who have come from the country and abroad to be with us for these 3 days. 3rd of September also happens to be our 50 years. We are going to celebrate our Golden Jubilee. So ladies and gentlemen, all of you are invited for this event on 3rd, 5:30 p.m. onwards. We clubbed alternative accommodation with rural tourism, reason being that there are so many young startups who have come up with extremely creative and innovative ideas, like for example, mud houses and tree houses and dwellings made of bamboo, and there are so many others. And since IHM has been mentoring startups since 2018, we thought that this would be apt to add it with the conference starting from today. I'm sure that everybody present will take back a lot of learnings, and we hope to add on to how we can take forward hospitality and tourism in the years to come. And most importantly, I hope that all of you take back the warmth and hospitality of IHM Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
What a beautiful message, and I'm sure that all of you are acquainted with ma'am's persona, the skills, and everyone present over here as a student, I can say specifically, and the faculty team, they are looking her as a idol. One more big round of applause, because in her tenure, we would be celebrating the Golden Jubilee. This is the opening day, everyone. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, the guests present on the dais, we have Mr. Rishi S. Puri, Senior Vice President, Mayfair Hotels and Resorts Limited. Needless to say about the brand when it comes to Mayfair, but would like to mention about this seasoned professional we have over here. He is having 31 years of experience as a hotel executive, general manager, vice president, and senior vice president, with proven results at brands like Mayfair Hotels and Resorts, Carrizon, Holiday Inn, Sheraton, Lord Hotels and Resorts, and there are many more things I would like to mention, but I believe that it would be really best that if I'll welcome him and let's listen from the idol of service industry. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Rishi S. Puri, Senior Vice President, Mayfair Hotels and Resorts Limited.
Namaskar everyone, the dignitaries on the stage, three ladies that I share the dais with, warm namaskar to all three of you. And this is a googly that Sharda ma'am threw at me today morning, where I walked and she said, Mr. Puri, aap jarur do shabd boliyega. So I have not been very good at extempores, but yes, I'll try and put together a little history of what I've done, because I would like to start backwards front, where we have the torch bearers of tomorrow who are sitting. The flag bearers of the industry are the students who are currently at various IHMs at Bhubaneswar and all over the country. When this convention was to be organized, before even I could know from the institute, I started to know about it from my friends, some of which are sitting here as delegates with me, and some of which who were not able to make it. So I think it's a very interesting time. And as Mayfair Hotel and Resorts, Mayfair Hotels and Resorts, we own and operate about 15 hotels, with another about 4 in the pipeline. We should be touching a magical number of 20 very soon. And we are in no rush. We are in no rush to grow. We are in no rush to add numbers and go into the number crunching game. We believe in complete hospitality. Odisha chain, a Odisha-born chain, and it has now ventured into places like Goa and Raipur and other states. We are in Guwahati, in Assam, and a whole lot of other places. So that's about Mayfair. We own and employ close to about 3,000 team members today. We work with various institutes, and whenever I'm sitting down and interviewing the budding hoteliers, as I called the students of today, I always look up to them and try and see that what is their attitude. I think in our industry, it is more to do with the attitude rather than your skill sets. It has to be a positive attitude. It has to be an outgoing attitude. It has to be an attitude of, yes, I can. And I think that's where the secret lies. IHMs, walking into any one of them, they still give me goosebumps, reminding me of my days when I passed out way back in '92. So from IHM Lucknow. So it still gives me goosebumps, because somehow I really feel myself connected to any of the institutes that I go to. And on this day, auspicious day rather, when IHM Bhubaneswar celebrates 50th year, I congratulate the principal, Sharda ma'am. I congratulate all the senior faculty sitting here, ex-principals, and also all of you all who have come and flown in from different states to be a part of this occasion. I think Bhubaneswar, like it was said before, is no longer a secret. It's an open secret now, and it has so much to offer. I came into this beautiful temple city about a year back now, and I've been so comfortable in this place. It's such a beautiful state. I've been traveling to places like Gopalpur and Puri, because we have a lot of hotels at Rourkela, Gopalpur, Puri, Jharsuguda, and all the other locations. And I find this place absolutely mesmerizing. The state has beaches, a shoreline, it has rich cultural heritage, it has some lovely food. I'm a foodie to the core, but it has some lovely food, and even the roadside kiosk and the so-called dhabas, they serve you very, very authentic food, and with and it comes from here. So I think at Odisha, hospitality stems from within. So with that, thank you so much, all of you. Thank you for listening in to me, and thank you so much, the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you.
Mr. Puri, for your kind words. Moving ahead, we have with us, as I have mentioned from the beginning, Ms. Achrapan Yavaprapas, who is present over here in online mode, and she is a Consul General, Royal Thai Consulate General, Kolkata. Please put your hands together. Let's hear her good wishes in the form of a video bite message. Can we play the video, please?
Distinguished government officials and tourism experts, Srimati Sharada Ghosh, Principal of IHM Bhubaneswar, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure and honor to give a virtual address to the International Conference on Rural Tourism and Alternative Accommodations, Perspectives and Challenges organized by IHM Bhubaneswar. First of all, I'd like to congratulate IHM Bhubaneswar for its Golden Jubilee, which has testified its strong academic accomplishment and relevance to the changing landscape of tourism industry. I also commend the choice of topic on rural tourism, which is key to generating income for local community and preserving local culture and tradition in a sustainable manner. Last year, I have visited Odisha twice, and I can see with my own eyes the immense potentials of tourism in Odisha. For Thailand, rural tourism is often termed as community-based tourism or CBT, which has been promoted by the Royal Thai government since the 1990s. The definition of CBT is tourism that is managed by the community for the benefit of the community. CBT is a tourism management model that puts local communities at the center of the process and can encompass diverse tourism styles from rural tourism to urban tourism, nature tourism, or even luxury tourism. Essentially, CBT is about community empowerment, as it is a process in which local people are empowered to uplift their own livelihood. One of the leading agencies in promoting CBT in Thailand is the Designated Areas for Sustainable Tourism Administration, or DASTA. Since its establishment in 2003, DASTA has designated more than 300 CBT districts across Thailand, which are expected to generate income for local communities around 180 billion baht, or about 430 billion rupees in 2023. In 2021, 3 CBT districts have received illustrious international recognition, namely the inclusion of Old Town districts of Sukhothai and Nan provinces in the list of top 100 global green destinations by the Dutch NGO Green Destination, and the awarding of the status Creative City of Gastronomy to Phetchaburi province by the UNESCO. This year, DASTA has nominated Nan and Suphanburi provinces to be recognized as creative cities of crafts and folk art and of music, respectively. This achievement demonstrates the importance of systematic support from the government so that the unique local culture can become a growth engine for local economy. Moreover, Thailand International Cooperation Agency, or TICA, also organizes seminar and study visits to share best practices on CBT development to other countries such as Mongolia and Colombia. The United Nations Development Programme, or UNDP, is also working on a project that adopts Thailand's CBT experience to the local context of Bangladesh. Another aspect that the government can play a role is the promotion of the inscription of local culture and heritage sites on the UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage and World Heritage Site. Not only that, the inscription would create global awareness and interest towards tourism, but the government and local community must also guarantee sufficient safeguard measures to ensure long-term preservation of the irreplaceable culture and heritage site. At present, Thailand has inscribed 3 items to the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage, namely Khon Mass Dance in 2018, Nuot Thai or traditional Thai massage in 2019, and Nora dance drama in southern Thailand in 2021. As for World Heritage Sites, Thailand has inscribed 6 sites comprising 2 historical towns of Ayutthaya and Sukhothai, 3 wildlife sanctuaries, and 1 archaeological site. By the end of this year, we expect that Songkran, or traditional Thai New Year festival, would be granted the intangible cultural heritage status. I believe that the addition of a new intangible cultural heritage or World Heritage Site in Odisha, apart from the famous Konak Sun Temple, will greatly help bringing more international tourists to Odisha. Lastly, I'm very pleased to learn that the direct flight operated by Indigo from Bhubaneswar to Bangkok has been launched from June the 3rd this year. In July this year, the Indian Embassy in Thailand also organized Odisha Tourism Roadshow in Bangkok, which witnessed more than 130 Thai tours operators networking with tourism industry stakeholders from Odisha. This will definitely bring Odisha and Thailand closer to one another and allow more Thai tourists to explore India's best kept secret in Odisha. I hope that I have provided some food for thought on how Odisha can promote its rural tourism and alternative accommodations. In closure of my remarks, I'd like to express the Royal Thai Consulate General in Kolkata's readiness to explore cooperation with IHM Bhubaneswar in the future. I look forward to a fruitful and productive discussion throughout this conference and wish you all every success. Thank you. Danyabat. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your message and the key points. Indeed, those would be our food for thought. And of course, thank you so much for connecting the dots, Thai tourism, Odisha tourism. And of course, if you heard the brilliant message that we are able to take a direct flight from Odisha to Bangkok, which has started from June month, all the credit goes to the wonderful Ministry of State and of course our Honorable CM Shri Nabin Patnaik sir. Please give a thunder round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Now we have the presence of Ms. Supia Nagmal, Director, School of Academy, WSC, Master Mentor, Program Development Center, Master Mentor, Program Development Center, ITE Center for Life Support Training. My dear friends, she is a seasoned academician who believes that if a student can find the real inner calling of life, they can be in the best profession. And she knows that everyone has some good points and some points where they have the scope of improvement. They just need to do the proper SWOT analysis. She's a very good networker and she loves to meet people. And of course, would like to say that in life, it is essential to take calculated risk. And this is her. Please give a huge round of applause for Miss Supia Nagmal.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. All right. I don't think I deserve half the accolades that the Master of Ceremonies has given me. I have forgotten half the things that I did. Too long to remember. But first, let me express my thanks to Madam Sharda, and of course, to acknowledge the august presence of Madam Mishra and Mr. Rishi, and of course, all the delegates who are here today, representing your close connection with the hospitality trade in Odisha. But most importantly, I think the most important people in this room are those people who are sitting at the back. I think you are the future of the hospitality and tourism industry in Odisha. All right. I wish you all the best. Looking at how things are moving and how things are going on, I have great hopes. When I was invited to give a talk, I said, what do I have to do? I'm an academic. What do I know about tourism or hospitality? But we're not very far away, because when you talk about tourism or when you're talking about hospitality, basically Odisha has it in spades. You do not have to borrow from anyone. You have a rich cultural history that goes back thousands of years. And being in this place, in having a hub, a cultural hub, you're in the middle of not only Odisha, you have got the surrounding states that are also so rich in culture. So it's this whole big package. But like every dream, every interest, every initiative, every program, every strategy, the people are the engine that drives it forward. And therefore, developing the people for that particular industry is absolutely vital. Now, I'm going to just step aside and ask you, do you like what I'm wearing? Okay, I come from Singapore. We are known to be multicultural. We have multi-ethnic groups and multicultural groups. And what I'm wearing today is actually a dress that has got different cultures inculcated in it. This top is from China. This is very Chinese in nature. All right. The bottom sarong, the sarong that I'm wearing, is actually very Malay, which is actually around the Malaysian and the Indonesian peninsula. But if you look at the design of the sarong, that's ikat, that's batik, that comes from this side of the world. All right. Odisha has got a long history of people who travel overseas. The country developed and grew not by staying inwards and looking inwards, but looking outwards. All right, being brave enough to leave the shores and to bring along the culture and the culture and the diversity of its people to many countries. So that impact is great. Whether you see it or you don't, it is there. And it's the people who make that difference. It's the people who actually are willing to leave the safety, the usual things, and go and look and hunt for new opportunities. So my exhortment for you all is, though you're thinking about rural tourism in Singapore, don't forget you need to be tapped into what's happening in the world. And in order to do that, you need to go out and see what is it that they want, what is it that they're looking for. You have got no problem in getting the infrastructure in, the cultural heritage, the arts and the crafts. Those are things that the world actually look forward to. But you need to know where they are and to be culturally inclusive. Think global, but act local. All right, you will get you will get your rewards soon. But tourism has got its downside too. There are social problems, there are issues that also can occur. So you need to have a society that's very strong, that has got at its core the base cultural beliefs and the traditions that you've been brought up with. Don't lose sight of that, because if you lose sight of that, you are the same as everybody else. All right? There is a big task now, a big movement towards bringing down global barriers. The world is a global city. Singapore is global. We are only 58 years old, but the cultural investment of its people that come from different countries is huge. We are only like 260 square miles. We are very, very small. All right, but but yet we get about we have a population of about 5.6 million, but when we count the numbers of tourists that come to Singapore, it exceeds the local population. We have about 6+ million visitors every year to Singapore. All right, with just 250 square miles. All right. So we built the infrastructure, we built the services, we built the transportation, we become a travel tourism hub. We know that people come to Singapore, maybe 4 or 5 days, they've seen everything, experienced everything. So we make ourselves into not only a cultural hub of the different cultures. If you go to Singapore, you will see little India, you will see little China, you will see little Malay villages and so on. That's a cultural pool. But there's also the food. One of the things that you must not forget is food is a great attraction for people. So the cuisine here in Odisha, you have got so much access to all the food, and your number one richness in your food is in your vegetarian food. And there is a movement today for people to become vegetarian or vegan. So that is an area that you may want to grow, build on, and explore. The other thing is, of course, Odisha by itself, if you're talking about people are looking for immersive experiences, they want to go to the village. And I think the thing that you're doing about rural tourism is good, but it has to be managed very carefully. Otherwise, there'll be a lot of, I would say, not economic, but ecological problems, all right? This is what happens in places like the Himalayas when people went to travel into the mountains and go trekking. There was a lot of environmental pollution that occurred. So we need to mitigate those damages. But at the same time, do not be so overly concerned about these things, but pay close attention and mitigate some of the not so good effects of tourism. Believe me, I've grown up and I was trained, I grew up, and Singapore is my city. There were many things that happened that we had to handle, which people don't talk about, but I think it's wise to step very carefully, plan carefully, anticipate those issues, learn. And if I can ask, as I said, I want to re-emphasize again, if you want to be engaged in tourism, be a tourist yourself. Learn about your country, learn what makes it special, and then build on that, build on your strengths, and then of course build your infrastructure and your people. It gives me great pleasure to be here. Just like the ambassador from Thailand spoke, talking about Odisha's direct flight to Bangkok on that very same day. It was a sad day. I know it was a train wreck on that day, but there was also the direct flight to Singapore. And in fact, a lot of us are actually flying in and out. I think the people are getting to know about Odisha a lot more. In ITE, how does Singapore know about Odisha is because your leaders went out and then we came in. I'm here for 2 years and I've been here for about a year and a half. There is so much that's going for you. You're truly blessed to be in a country like Odisha. And all I can wish for you is more blessings, all right, as you succeed and become.
Thank you so much for appreciating our state, our people, culture, food, and of course, a state like Odisha. The feeling is surreal. If you feel the same and if you have the vibe of a true Odia or resident of Odisha, please put your hands together. One more round of applause. Okay, my dear students, if you have come across chemistry in your school days, you know that if we'll put 3, 4 elements and if we'll provide same condition like temperature, humidity, and so on, all the 4 chemicals will react differently because their instinct is different. Likewise, we women, at a certain point of time, we think that life is set, there's much to achieve, family is there. So let's focus on family and do our duty, regular duty. But there is a concept of giving back to the society. And really, we women dare to come out of our house and to be the flag holder of a proper, you can say, icon. When I talk about icon, I feel so proud, trust me, because she is a friend, a guide, and a mentor, and inspiration to multiple number of women, lakhs and lakhs in Odisha and beyond. From her student life, I can say that she had a zeal towards politics, not to earn fame and name, but to be the change, because she believes if you want to see the change in the society, you have to be that change. And she's the one. After joining politics, step by step, she has become so successful because she is creating impact. She knows what sort of values we have to deliver as an agent of change, and she is committed by those. My dear friends, we are thrilled, and you have seen the span when she was the chairperson of OTDC. You have seen the changes she had created. And of course, with those events like Dot Fest, City Festivals, FIH Men's Hockey World Cup, and so on, we have attracted visitors, we have attracted foreign players, so many things, everyone have appreciated us. Maybe a small dot, but she has connected. So please put your hands together. We have the live example to get motivated by none other than, please put your hands together for our chief guest of today's opening ceremony, Ms. Srimai Mishra, Chairperson OB and OCWW Board, Government of Odisha, State General Secretary, BJD, former Chairperson, and also former Chairperson, OTDC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Munmun, for your lovely introduction. Jai Jagannath. Let's say very loudly and very clearly, Jai Jagannath. Dignitaries on the dais, my dear students, the alumni members of IHM, good morning to all of you. I came to know that IHM Bhubaneswar is going to complete the incredible journey of 50 years on 3rd of September. And I would like to congratulate the entire fraternity of IHM for reaching at this milestone of 50 years. And may the next 50 years be extraordinary for all of you than the past. This is my wish for the IHM. I would like to extend my gratitude to Principal Ma'am for inviting me to the inaugural session of this international conference, and especially to the institution IHM, which is very much instrumental in the field of hospitality and tourism, and which was very close to my heart during my tenure in OTDC. And I had worked togetherly with the staff and students of IHM during my tenure. And I wish a beautiful career to all the students of IHM present over here. All of us know that the most badly affected industry during the pandemic was the tourism and hospitality industry. But with the blessings of God, we are in the verge of revival. And firstly, in the year 2022, our government, led by Honorable Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, hosted Hockey World Cup and hosted Make in Odisha conclave here at Odisha. And many foreign players, many visitors, many tourists, many business tycoons, many investors, they visited Odisha and visited the tourist destinations of Odisha. Secondly, a significant transformation has been made by the government in the field of temple tourism, like the Jagannath Temple of Odisha, Puri, like the Samleswari Temple of Sambalpur, like Gupteswar in Koraput, and many more. And thirdly, our government is putting emphasis to promote ecotourism through various nature's camp and through eco-retreat, just to promote the ecotourism, rural tourism, and to empower the local communities to upliftment of the society. So with all this combined effort, the footfall of the tourist has been increasing day by day after the pandemic, and that is a good news for all the fraternity of tourism and hospitality sector. You know, we all are living in a concrete jungle, in a concrete forest. Rural tourism, the tourism which goes beyond the city breaks, the tourism which can give a feeling of rural life, which can give a feeling of rural culture and heritage. And with the blessings of God, our state Odisha has got the abundant resources of water bodies, waterfall, forest areas, and culture and heritage. So people are more fascinated towards the social media nowadays, if I am not wrong. And the influencer and the bloggers, they have also started putting the videos in their social media based on the rural tourism, how they are moving to a village, how they are making their food over there, and how they are visiting all the nook and corner of the village. They are putting all the videos together in the vlogs, and those videos are reaching million views in the social media. That's also a very great news for all of us. During my tenure in Women and Child Development Department, I got a chance to spend around 2 nights and 3 days in the eco cottage of Bonai, which is very close to the waterfall of Khandadhar. And still now, I can remember the fresh natural breath. I can remember those heavenly bliss of nature, the flora and fauna surrounding the village, and especially the aroma of the food which was served by the local ladies, and that cottages were very much maintained by the self-help group women. And I came to know that in collaboration of Mission Shakti, now IHM Bhubaneswar is giving training in the sector of hospitality to all those self-help group women, those who are keen to open and run the Mission Shakti cafes across Odisha. And it's really a great achievement for IHM being collaborated with other departments apart from tourism. And the two factors, the most important factors which are required for the rural tourism are, one is who will be the stakeholder of the rural tourism, and second one is what are the resources we have. And we know we are full of resources. And second thing, who will be the stakeholder of the tourism, rural tourism. You know, Gandhiji used to say, the soul of India lives in village. So I must say, the soul of tourism is the rural tourism. So let's promote rural tourism. And the villagers of India and the villagers of Odisha, they are very much hospitable, and they treat the guests like the living gods. And they follow, of course, they follow our culture of Atithi Devo Bhava. So we need to collab with those stakeholders who are living in the village area to promote rural tourism, to empower those local communities, and uplifting the socio-economical growth of the local communities. People who are going for the rural tourism, they always need to stay around 2 to 3 days to understand the village culture, to see the nook and corner of the village, to understand the story behind the temple which is situated near the pond of the village. So we have to provide the end-to-end tour package with a affordable cost. So here the role of the stakeholders comes, and I must request, because I know here inside the hall the entire fraternity of tourism and hospitality sector of Odisha is here, and many known faces are here. So it's our responsibility to provide more and more skill development and hospitality training to those stakeholders who are staying in the village area, to develop the rural tourism in the Odisha up to a height. And our government, our support system is always there, and we are also planning for the best skill development training in the rural areas, and our government is promoting the self-help group women to run the rural cottages and nature park. And there is a good news for everyone. Now I am in the Department of Labor and ESI, and with the guidance of Honorable CM Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, we had introduced a scheme that those people, those who are working in the hospitality sector, like the waiters or any tour operators, the fellow who are working under the tour operators, they will be covered with our life insurance of Labor and ESI department. And that is a great news. So I hope you all will promote those people to get them registered in Labor and ESI department to avail this scheme. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarda ma'am, once again for inviting me to such a august gathering. And all the best to my dear student. May you achieve all the goals in your life. And as sir was telling about the attitude, so your certificate is just a piece of paper. The real work will start when we'll jump to your professional field, and there the behavioral attitude of anyone matters a lot. So be kind to everyone, be polite to everyone. Thank you very much. God bless you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much. As every time, impeccable delivery and a very strong orator, I must say. So moving ahead, time has arrived. There is a small token of appreciation from our team. I request Sharda ma'am to please present. And I would specifically like to mention, sir, we have, sir and ma'am, we are presenting Asava Coffee and Sip Up Tea. These two are startups which are nurtured under the guidance of IHM, we can say. And of course, there is a very beautiful Patachitra articraft which we are presenting as a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Ms. Srimai Mishra. We have Mr. Rishi S. Puri, and also we have Ms. Supaya Nagmal. Please put your hands together and shower good wishes, positivity, blessings, everyone.
Again, thank you, Sadha ma'am, for promoting our culture, our heritage through the moment also. Thank you very much.
Also, we have the finest quality of coffee beans in the form of Asabha coffee. And of course, I'm sure the 80% people present over here are ardent lover of tea. So there is a Sip Up Tea brand, was guided by IHM. This is for you. Subha ma'am, I believe that Singapore tea and Indian tea would be different, but please just experience the taste and let us know. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I request all of you, ma'am, if you can have a group photo over here with the mementos, that articraft and all, or without that, as per your wish. Yes, ma'am, presenting Odisha would be an honor, a matter of honor for every one of us. All All ex-principals, alumni, students, everyone, they can come and join our dignitaries on the dais along with our principal Sharda Ghosh ma'am for a group photograph because we have started, and of course this is just the starting point, and the journey has just begun, I believe, and with these amazing speeches, you must be motivated as of now. Faculties and ex-principals, they can come and for the very first photograph. Thereafter, we can move for the students. Yeah, pages. That would be fine. We can accommodate everyone if we'll go through pages. I request the remaining faculties if they can come. Yes, our dignitaries are coming ahead. We can stand over there. Down the dais. Down the dais. Down the dais. Sir, come this side. Those who are taller, they can provide space to comparatively. Can we expect a round of applause for all the dignitaries, academicians, ex-principal, and all the faculties who are, devoting their time relentlessly to nurture the future of the students present over here? A big round of applause from all of you. Come on. Thank you so much. Now may I request all the alumni, students, they can come and they can take a group photograph with the dignitaries of the inaugural session. Okay. So I'll announce a tea break now. Thank you so much. Thank you for the cooperation, patience. Thank you for being with us in this inaugural session. We will take some moment to clear the stage and to rearrange for upcoming panel discussions. As I have already mentioned, that dignitaries, eminent speakers, and trendsetters, they would be participant of the same. So please make sure that you will preserve your seat because this is gonna be life-changing, enlightening, as well as enriching. Looking for all of your presence. I'm Manman Singh, your host for inaugural session. We'll take a small break. We'll resume around 11:20. So please be here 11:20, max 11:25. Thank you so much. so much. Thank you for resuming the connection console. Moving ahead, I request all of you to please come inside who are outside. If you can pass message or you can quickly, let them know with by calls or something. They can come inside. We are starting the most important session. This is all about our keynote speakers and their valuable additions we would be witnessing as of now. So if you are all ready, can I expect some energy? A round of applause from all of you. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, we have the presence of Dr. Shitakanta Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shiksha Anusandhan, Deemed University. And all of you know that we would be having a keynote presentation on sustainable development for promoting tourism. I request Professor Dr. Shitakant Mishra to please come and join us on the dais with a round of applause from all of you. So welcome you. Thank you for giving your valuable time. We have Dr. Shiva, Professor, Aligarh Muslim University. Can I request you, ma'am, to please come and grace the stage with your presence? Please, everyone, a round of applause. Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, ex-Director of Operations, Luxury Hotels, Palaces and Resorts, Taj Group of Hotels. Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee. Please put your hands together, everyone. And I request students, don't miss this particular session and so on, because this is very informative and would be helpful for your career, and lot many points you can actually jot down which will help you for your improvement. Moving ahead, we have Dr. Swaroop Sinha, Head ITC Hospitality Management Institute at ITC Limited, Hotels Division, Gurgaon. We welcome you all. Thank you for being a part of this opening ceremony of Golden Jubilee Celebration. Please be seated. I request our organizing committee member to please come with a token of love, fresh warm bouquet and uttariya. We would be welcoming our dignitaries on the dais. I request Shada ma'am, if she is there around. We have discussed a lot more about tourism, and when we talk about our state of Odisha, many vital points our dignitaries have already cited in their speeches. And moving ahead, in this particular aspect, sustainable development for promoting tourism, our esteemed speakers will give their valuable insights. I request organizing committee to please come forward. Can we come? So, with IHM, things are really different and very special. We have, can I request Preeti ma'am to please come? Preeti ma'am on the stage. Ma'am, please do the honor. We understand everyone is occupied with the work, but this is a very precious session because we have seasoned experts in their own domain. Please put your hands together. A traditional uttariya, our conference kit and a token of appreciation, a pot with a Patachitra painting, sir. After Dr. Shitakanta Mishra, we have Dr. Shiva. Everyone, a round of applause, please, from all of you. We welcome you, ma'am. We have Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee. We have Dr. Swaroop Sinha. We are commencing the technical session. Before inviting our speakers on the podium for their set of presentations or keynote speaking sessions, I would like to take you through their profile. Dr. Sitikanta Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shiksha Anusandhan. Dr. Sitikant Mishra is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad and PhD in Business Administration from Utkal University. During his career spanning more than 4 decades, he has made significant contributions in the field of financial management, service management, tourism management, management of ethics, values, and corporate governance. Dr. Mishra was the first academician to hold the post of Director, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, Gwalior, a multi-campus institute of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, a post which has been previously occupied by IAS officers in the rank of Additional Secretary, Government of India, since the inception of the institute, that is 1983. A big round of applause for this wonderful achievement. Dr. Mishra was the chairman of All India Board of Hospitality and Tourism Management and a member of the Executive Committee of All India Council for Technical Education for 2 consecutive terms. I would like to mention he has also served as the chairman of the Accreditation Evaluation Committee of National Board of Accreditation. Currently, he is a member of the Board of Governors of IITTM. Dr. Mishra has been a member of many central state government committees, including the Working Committee on Technical Education under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. I would like to mention Dr. Mishra is associated in various capacities with UPSC, UGC, NASC, NCERT, IIMs, NISER, universities, and many other academic, cultural, and literary organizations. After superannuation from IITTM, Dr. Mishra was working as advisor cum dean, Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism Management, Shiksha Anusandhan, deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar. I would like to mention that he has published more than 50 research papers in national and international journals and authored, edited 7 books. He has also guided 9 doctoral scholars, and would like to mention that he has received many laurels, honors both within and outside the country. We are really privileged and proud to have you as our keynote speaker. May I request Dr. Sitikant Mishra to present his keynote talk session. Please, a round of applause from all of you. I guess sir is audible to all of you.
Good morning, all of you, my friends. Am I audible to last person? Swagatam, Sushagatam to this international conference on rural tourism. Having spoke first on alternative accommodation, obviously, when you talk accommodation, alternate accommodation has its own strengths and weaknesses, have its prospects and challenges. When the first speaker was thinking previously, should I spend some time in introducing the topic before I touch upon the sustainability aspect of it? I'm sure that many of my friends subsequently will talk of alternative accommodations. They are more experts in the hospitality education, hospitality profession. So after just a brief introduction about the rural tourism, I'd love to focus the sustainability aspect of it. Both our Chief Guest, Madam Mishra, and from the Consulate Office of Calcutta, Madam, and she was speaking about Thailand. Every country they call the rural tourism in different names. I heard some slides, but I will not touch upon that. She mentioned about the community-based tourism, which is equally applicable to all the countries. But again and again, for 5 times in her 5-minute speech, she highlighted on the sustainability aspect of it. The main thrust of the tourism of many developed countries, developing countries, including Thailand, they are facing the challenges. They are facing the challenges which are now difficult to overcome. Not only the environmental challenges, but also the cultural challenges. And after all many these experiments on the different alternative tourisms, in the last 50 years or more, we are talking about this rural tourism. Friends, let me go with the slides so that will be easier for me to can you help me, my friend? Can you help me? Sorry. Yes. Basically, rural tourism is defined being understood as a visit to a rural area, which encompasses a wide range of attractions and activities. It has mainly being rural tourism should be located in rural areas. It should functionally be rural. The traditional character of the rural local area ought to be exhibited, ought to be experienced. Very briefly, Rachel has defined rural tourism is based on the features of rurality and sustainability, with small-scale enterprises in rural areas. Other definitions are on expansion of the service. It's all expansion of the definition. The 2 basic aspects, rurality and the sustainability. The debate, many research work has already been done, and more research is still going on about its origin. Some researchers have the opinion that it is an old as old as the human civilization. But at that time the travel was from any place, there is no question of urban visits in any country. Some others are of the opinion which we discuss, will continue to discuss for the next 2 days about the rural tourism we talk today globally. There is a popular theory, they have substantiated that it originated from France. Another group of researchers, they say, no, it is from the United Kingdom. There is one organization which was created in Spain. They also say, no, it is from the Spain we took the lead. Will not go to the debate about this origin. But from 1970 onwards, it's very popular. The developed countries like United States of America, also in developing countries like India. In Italy, there is an organization. Hardly they have worked anything. They say the organization was created in 1865. So they say that perhaps we are the first country to think and talk of rural tourism, because we started the organization National Association of Agriculture and Tourism in 1865. Anyway, in the present context, it is the European country, they have started. India, when it started, they told you that Paryatan, Deshartan, Siddhartan, in whatever name you call tourism, we have our unchanged culture. We have the accommodations, and for different purpose, people are going from one place to another place, starting from meeting the relations, for education, and for say it is a journey from inwards to outwards, outwards to inwards, to different places, and which subsequently Adi Shankar has identified as the 4 places in the country where all practicing Hindus should go, which is applicable to everyone. It's the same in like United States in 70s, in India, when our economic conditions were very bad. We thought of alternatives with less money in the disposal of the government. So what to do for the rural people? At that time, this rural tourism is one of our areas the policymakers were to think. In 2002 practically, in our previous mode for the Planning Commission, the 10th 5-year plan was mentioned specifically about rural tourism, and a lot of projects have been sanctioned in different parts of the country, including our own state. Initially 7 rural projects were started, beginning with Raurajpur, and that continued till 2014. In 2014, the present government came with an integral approach, and the same rural tourism which was previously there are the two components you all know about it, the hardware and software component, the infrastructure and the skill development. They have come with the new tourism name. One is called Prasad, that is National Mission on Pilgrimage Rejuvenation and Spiritual and Heritage Augmentation Drive, and the number of projects and the amount has been already been there on the screen. You can note it. Another scheme is very equally popular, that is Swadesh Darshan. In both the schemes, there are focus on rural tourism, mainly on the infrastructure development and the promotion, both aspects of it. The question comes, what is the size of the tourism? They say that recently that it's estimated by the end of 2023 globally can touch a target of more than 100 billion. And we expect within 10 years it should increase to 198, say that double around 200 billion in the rural tourism. But within 10 years, there is a expectation, not I will say expectation, it is a research study. They measure the trend culture, the preferences for rural tourism. That worries me. I'm not amused with this double visit by 2023 to 2033. Double it within 10 years. I'm after. Will the challenge to our so-called rural tourism sector very adversely, unless it is planned properly, unless it is sustainable. There can be a fantastic success if you plan and implement, keeping the sustainability aspect, but equally with a disaster. The way we are trying to promote rural tourism today, mainly underdeveloped countries and the developing countries. The developed countries are very clever in this aspect. Yesterday there was a news item, last 100 years we didn't have the problem of the monsoon as we are facing in India today. In 100 years of record, oh, we should wrap up. So I will not touch up, so I will just go to the what particularly I am interested to talk about the sustainability aspect of it. So the cultural, natural and historical, brought in some prerequisites, the major challenges today, I already said that, deprivation, inaccessibility, lack of proper policy, regulatory framework, lack of entrepreneurial spirit, lack of trained manpower, insufficient financial support, lack of local involvement, and the question, last question which raised me, the sustainability aspect of it. Impact. If you go through the positive side, very alluring, each one feels that we should go ahead. Just go through the negative impacts, see what practically from the economical point of view. If you go to the environmental point of view, it is more worrisome. So also the cultural, I said about only one country, Thailand. Most of the Southeastern countries are in the same place. So these are the sustainable aspect of it. But what should be the sustainable rural tourism. Like all other tourism, rural tourism, I think, is very attractive, but it is not self-sustainable. What are the Indian have said about it? What practically our relations from Indian ethos? When I talk about Indian ethos, values and practices, that the culture of India, Bharatiya Sanskrit, can contribute to the service, leadership and sustainability. These values and practice rooted in our own culture. It refers to self-management, governance of society, the entity and the system of wisdom. We believe a nature-friendly and eco-friendly civilization which India had lived for millennia offered her very precious and rare kinds of knowledge. Glimpses of some of those are being offered here for the benefit of researchers who are genuinely interested in the area, in this millennium. My friends, India has contributed much more on of it. The first thing you remember, India, any religion in India, is said to you, art is worshipped in India. Mata, Bhumi, Putra Aham Pratibhyaha. The attitude of worship and gratitude is the essence of the learning. We always believe that perfection comes out of perfection. Purnamidaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamidachyate. Excellence in terms of enjoyment through doing the third aspect of Indian. When you enjoy something, you should respect it. You enjoy the love of the mother, respect her. You learn from the teacher, you respect your teacher. We have a tapovan system. We always say that we are indebted to the nature. Whatever you say, like I say that Pitara Devo Bhavo, Achara Devo Bhavo, Atiti Devo Bhavo. Equally we say that we respect the Vanaspati. Vanaspati Stripyandam. Ausadhaya Stripyandam. Parvata Stripyandam. Sarita Stripyandam. I respect the ocean. I respect the tree. I respect all aspects of the nature. Unless, my friends, we start respecting. Respecting means not to pray. Respecting how to use, what to use. It is simply, Father of the Sun has said long back, the world has enough to meet the need of the people. The world has enough to meet the need of the people, not to meet not the greed of the people. Once we follow this simple prescription of the Father of the Nation, that perhaps will give you enough wisdom about the concept of sustainability. Time is a constant, my friend. Perhaps she has come here, so I should quick. We have learned from Manusmriti, we have learned from Tirthatan, we have learned that how practically we are organizing Tirthatan, how we respect the nature, what Vedas has said about it, Upanishads have said. Then in the Brihat Dharanyaka Upanishad, it has very clearly mentioned about the process to be done. Ayurveda has so many things has said about the nature. Bible, what is the contribution of the Bible for protecting our environment? Holy Quran, Buddhism, Jainism, non-competition. Maharshi Vyasa, after writing 18 main Puranas, has concluded that Astadasa Puranasya Vyasasya Bhajanam Dvayam Paropakarayo Punnayo Papayo Parapedanam. After writing 18 main Ramayana Mahabharata, Ramayana Mahabharata to any major 18 Puranas, 18 Upapuranas and 18 Upapuranas, the essence of that, Paropakarayo Sargayo Papayo Parapedanam. That means whatever you do, think of beyond yourself. So we have this not management by objectives, we have the management by values, total quality management. Rabindranath has very rightly advised us, the highest education is that which does not merely gives us the information, but makes our life in harmony with its existence. But more could have been said by both Gandhiji and Tagore. That's why from the beginning, in Indian context, we say that Antarikta Santihi, Prithivi Santihi. I will not read it, just read the English. I pray the peace to pervade all the worlds. I pray the peace of the sky and on the earth, peace in the cooling water, peace in the healing hearts. The plants and the forests are peace-giving. There is harmony in the celestial objects, also peace and perfection of knowledge. I just said to you before, peace among everything in the universe. Peace pervades everywhere and for everything. May that real peace come to us. I pray for the peace, peace and peace. Ya Devi Sarva Bhutesu Santi Rupena Sastitam Namastasya 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 Namo Namo. My friends, I am thankful to all of you for giving a patient hearing, particularly Madam Sharada, who has practically provided this forum to plead my ignorance before all these learned researchers. So always I believe the Darwin's theory, the tomorrow's man is the perhaps much better than today's man. I being a man of yesterday, I know my limitations. Thank you again, my friends.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this meaningful session. I believe that you have jotted and, of course, imprinted valuable points in your mind and in paper as well. Moving ahead, we have the presence of Dr. Shiva Hamid, who is a professor, coordinator, and training and placement officer of the Master's Program Tourism at Aligarh Muslim University. She was appointed member of the National Rural Tourism Council at WICCI. Presently, she is a provost of Indira Gandhi Hall for Girls at AMU, responsible for the residential arrangement of 700 girls. Would like to mention, she is also Joint Secretary of the National Executive Committee of the Indian Tourism and Hospitality Congress. She is also an allied member of the Indian Food Tourism Organization. She is also a member of G100, a global platform for joint action empowering gender equality beyond borders under the auspice of All Ladies League. Shiva has been nominated as state chair of Uttar Pradesh of the G100 World Peace Wing. Would like to mention that among her many accomplishments in the field of tourism are 47 academic publications and 5 books, including the first ever collection of solved question papers cum guidance to NET, JRF Assistant Professor Eligibility Exams in Tourism Administration and Management. Her 4 recent research papers have been recognized by World Health Organization and listed under Global Literature on Coronavirus Disease. She has delivered over 100 invited talks at various academic events across India. She is associated with a number of universities and various academic assignments. She has won award for Best Speaker, Best Paper, and Insight Award in various conferences and has several honors to her credit too. She has been featured among the 100 Muslim women of Uttar Pradesh in the Achieving Academic Excellence segment by RBTC, Rising Beyond the Ceiling, and an initiative to shine a spotlight on Indian Muslim women, their leadership and contributions in the independent India. My dear friends, she writes travelogues on social media and short stories too on various aspects. She is a keen traveler, connoisseur of literature, culture, art, photography, cuisine and costumes. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome Dr. Shiva Hamid, Professor, Aligarh Muslim University.
Quite a bad start, sorry for that. Hello everyone, and before beginning, let me place on records my heartfelt thanks to Sharda ji, the principal of IHM Bhubaneswar, for inviting me here. We have been friends for so long in the National Rural Tourism Council at WICI, and we have been conversing on online forums off and on, and this is my very first physical encounter with Sharda ji, and I'm very pleased to be here in the city of temples, and loved saying Jai Jagannath in the morning with full vigor. And I'll be speaking on the perspective and challenges on rural tourism and alternative accommodation. Now, before presenting others' views, what researchers have told me, I would like to share my view on my perspective on this theme, which has been chosen today for discussion, that is rural tourism and alternative accommodation, perspective and challenges. Tourism is popular, people are traveling. Post-COVID also it has picked up, and it has picked up so much that we're talking about revenge tourism today. And incidentally, rural areas have also been explored. Post-COVID, people have started looking for places where they can just relax and where there's not much crowd, and they can be on their own. The concept of vacations and going to work for a month or so at a secluded place where you can be yourself and contribute more gainfully. That is also to kill the stress which COVID has developed in all of us. Undoubtedly, it has developed a lot of stress in all of us. And stress-related illnesses are on the rise. So, travel is one thing which everybody is looking for. But the big question is, can everyone travel? It's not only the willingness to travel, but it's also about the disposable income one has in hand. And what I think is that if we are missing out on a major chunk of population on account of the fact that people have less disposable income and they are not able to afford, if they can afford the tickets, if they can afford to get to a destination, the most expensive part remains the accommodation. So that's what I want to talk about today, is that alternative system of accommodation. The alternative accommodation is the answer to give a chance to these people who have lesser disposable income, but they do want to travel. Alternative accommodation can be expensive at times, may not be very expensive too. And there's one more thing that comes to mind is that these kinds of destinations, which are known as offbeat destinations or rural destinations, ecotourism zones. As far as I think, I don't know, there are many people from the industry sitting over here. Maybe they will be able to tell us, corroborate or not corroborate to what I'm going to say, is that they are not all that isolated now. Not all that isolated now, and people, because on my last 2 holidays have been to rural areas in the hills, and believe me, I saw lots of people, and so much so that it was difficult getting a place to stay. We had to book much in advance. If the stay or the accommodation part was not very expensive, but it could have been expensive to many of the people. So that's what I think, that's alternative accommodation is very important when it comes to not only rural tourism but tourism in general today. So that that section of society which may be middle income or maybe lower than that wishes to travel may have an option to take the decision to travel. We all know the concept of rural tourism after the divine words of Professor Sitikant Mishra. I don't think we need to dwell upon it as to what is rural tourism and why is it important. So I'll skip these slides. And yes, this is important, that just as I was talking about, to giving an opportunity to those people who do not have much disposable income, it is also to develop the economy of the area where people do not have much to do except farming or farming related activities. So if tourism happens and alternative accommodation systems are put in place and people utilize that, then of course the economy of that particular area is bound to develop, because when a tourist comes, we know that directly or indirectly they generate more than 9 jobs. Direct employment and indirect employment both are created. So that's a wonderful thing to happen to a place, provided the roads, the accessibility of that area is in proper place so that people can reach. And of course it's mostly about weather, about location, about nature that people are looking for. And of course we know that our country, India, is still a best kept secret as when it comes to rural tourism and maybe alternative accommodations also in the near future. We know that India is a land of villages, and we don't have dearth of products to offer. Name anything and we can produce, we have it, we just have to package it and present it. There is a whole long list of things that we can talk about: culture, music, folk culture, cuisine, costumes, dances, language, way of life, the locale itself. Talk about anything and we have it all. And in all the states of India, each state is unique when it comes to, listing down their tourism products. Of course, we know that rural tourism is all about showcasing the rural life, showcasing all these products in one place together. That is what makes rural tourism. This is important. What are the characteristics of rural tourism? And what is the traveler or the tourist looking for? We know that it is experience oriented. It could be just something like, making food on the oven chula that we talk about. It could not be just, once I was in Hong Kong, I remember, and I was staying in that, in Hotel Icon, which belongs to the PolyU people. Hong Kong PolyU had organized that conference, and there was a chocolate making workshop over there for the people in-house. So if chocolate making can be an experience, doing something on the, earthen chula or can be an experience too. Of course, all precautions have to be taken. So experiential tourism is on the rise, and rural products can be heavily incorporated into creating experiential tours when it comes to our own country, India. Of course, we know the locations are sparsely populated in natural environments, and it meshes with seasonality and local events, and is based on preservation of culture, heritage and traditions. And the primary attraction, of course, remains the culture. It could be like staying in rural villages, houses, tents and huts. It could be working on the agricultural fields. That can be quite an experience. The place where I come from, Aligarh, nearby there are 2 resorts. One is Bahan and one is Basi Woods, which is giving you complete experience of a rural life. You can go there, you can see how beehiving is done, and you can sit on a tractor or a bullock cart even, and you can go till the Ganges. It's on the banks of Ganges. Then they have, created cottages, and you can stay over there. The food is cooked both ways in the state-of-the-art kitchen, and there is an open kitchen also where local foods are made and you can even participate in over there. And many school picnics from our place go to that place, and children really enjoy it. And that is kind of, making the children in connect with their indigenous things, which are not even available at our own homes today. So we are practically drifting away from the indigenous lifestyle that existed over here. The schools may have introduced sand play, the schools may have introduced water play, but they have not introduced anything of this kind. So hence I find that these kind of experiential picnics and tours are also very important when it comes to, educational tourism. Rural tourism plays a pivotal role everywhere. So use of eco-friendly transportation modes, birds and animal watching, nature walk, that is also fast picking up. Because I told you, because we just discussed that stress and stress-related illnesses are on the rise. And even doctors are prescribing nature walks, forest walks, sunbathing, etc. for our general health to become better. So, and all this is in abundance when it comes to rural areas. Local folk art, participating in fairs and festivals and celebrations, and playing rural games. That's also one thing. I think each one of us will remember here that whatever we used to play in our childhood, those games have vanished now. The children are more on, video games and, internet games all the time, which are very detrimental to their mental health also. There have been several games which have proved very hazardous for the mental health of the children, for our future, for our posterity. But still we see that the connect between the indigenous India and the connect between indigenous India and our posterity, the children in schools and colleges, studying in universities, has to be established. And it is the youth who's going to bring out, the popularity of any kind of destination. So it is you who have to learn, understand, and see that these kinds of experiential tours will not only enrich you in your knowledge, but they will enrich you spiritually, mentally, emotionally, in all possible ways that you can think of. Why do we need? Of course, we know about the economic significance of tourism. We know that it generates direct and indirect employment. We know that it creates, it brings foreign exchange. Therefore, it is the most wonderful thing to happen to any national exchequer, and how it helps in maintaining the balance of payments. And rural tourism can be, a major breakthrough. A major breakthrough when it comes to experiential tour or new tourism products when it comes to India. Because we all know India belongs to its villages. India lives in its villages. People perceive India as a rural destination. But the problem lies in the fact that our rural areas are not in a state where tourists can be taken, except those areas which have been under thrust areas by the government or identified circuits by the government that have been developed, and tourists can go over there. But that is not all. We are missing out on a large chunk, and therefore we are missing out on large profit that can be brought to our country. I have got some pictures just for the students to see that such exciting things can be available, in remote areas. And do not think that when it comes to a rural destination, it means a typical town where nothing is available. It's just like pouring old wine in new bottles. So the product is going to be an age-old thing, but it has to be served, presented, and the tourist has to utilize it. You have to give the opportunity to the tourist to utilize it in the most modern manner. If we are going on a rural tour, nobody is going to have local unfiltered water. We still need clean water. We still need bottled water. If somebody is going to a local, rural area, the tourist might definitely want his ground bread over there. They will need their medicines also. They will need what they need. So the experience has to be rural, but delivered in an urban manner. Only then it is going to fast pick up even amongst foreign tourists. Needless to discuss the role of accommodation systems when it comes to tourism. No hotels, no tourism, as the old slogan goes. This is a growing sector, the alternative accommodation. accommodations for overnight stays, except hotels, are called alternative accommodations. For example, hostels, homestays, rentals, etc. And why should we opt for alternative accommodations? We have already, discussed right now with each other. These provide travelers with unique experiences, and it connects them with the local culture, and these stays are much more affordable. That should be the key point. Affordable and very heavily experienced. You can have a list of these of the accommodation systems. That is the rural houses, the apartments, the guest houses, farm stays. That is also quite a unique experience where you are staying on a hole in a farm. And I had just given you the example of Bassi Woods Resort near Aligarh, that is in the Siana area, in the forest areas, and on the banks of Ganges, river Ganges. And that is actually a farm stay. That's a farm where they are, doing cultivation, and they're also doing some cattle breeding, and they're doing some beehiving, and they have local resorts within that. And you can participate in rural activities also over there, rural games also. Hostels, of course, cottages, private rooms, homestays. We all know about the schemes of homestays and how the government is promoting and how fast they are picking up, because they are the most obvious places, most readily available places where you can have a direct encounter with the local culture. In the home of the people of that area, where they serve you, they keep you at their home, they give you a place to stay, and they take care of you just like a home away from home. Holiday homes, bed and breakfast, camps. Camps is also fast picking up, and they may not be glamping, it's just a camp, but it is fast picking up where hotels still are not available and there are lesser number of rooms that can be offered. So camping is one big option in such places, particularly in very beautiful natural areas, in mountains and in forest areas, plateau areas, etc. Tree houses also. You can go to any resorts, you can find that there are tree houses available everywhere, and quite an experience to live in a tree house. Caravans, not very popular in India, but yes, in foreign countries. But this is one concept that we can borrow from the West, and we can use it to serve our tourists. Youth hostels. The level of how do alternative accommodations and hotels differ? Of course, it's the level of facilities. The personal touch is more in alternative accommodations because they're smaller, managed by the owners themselves. So there is a lot of personal touch, but the level of facilities is always going to differ. It will be just like a home, but not like a hotel, that each and every facility will be available. But of late, the kind of conversations that have been going on between friends and the frequent travelers, I believe that mostly all the alternative accommodation units, people who are providing alternative accommodations, have made it their priority to provide anything that can be needed by a tourist. And if all your needs are answered, what does a 5-star stand for? And if it is less expensive too. Privacy and space are more in alternative accommodations, no doubt about that. Personalized service, which is inexpensive, not like star category hotels. Unique experience, of course, because you're staying with the owners of the place, the local people, what they speak, what they wear, what they eat, how they cook, what they celebrate, how they worship, whom they worship, everything is in front of you, and you can be a part of each and everything, each and every activity that goes on around you. Home away from home, as I said, home like community. So this was my perspective on on alternative accommodation and rural tourism, and I feel that alternative accommodation is the mantra to develop rural tourism. Alternative accommodation is the mantra to draw that section of society which has the willingness to travel but takes a back foot when it comes to expensive accommodation. Plus, it is going to add to the economic significance, it is going to add to the local economy, to the country's economy, and more than everything else, it showcases India like no other tourism product can. That was my perspective. Thank you for your time and for being so patient to listen to me. Thank you so much.
Our esteemed media body members, thank you so much. I believe it was really pleasant and very important point she has cited. Big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. I would now like to take you through the profile of Sandeep Mukherjee we are having as our esteemed keynote speaker. Across the globe, Sandeep Mukherjee has successfully managed hotels, resorts, state houses for presidential stays and banquets, international chain of restaurant and hospitality institutes for 4 decades and more. A pass out of the Rashtriya Indian Military College of Dehradun and later on as an alumni of the Institute of Hotel Management in Kolkata, he has been the past director operations of luxury hotels, palaces and resorts at the Taj. He graduated from ICTAN in 1977 with a diploma in hotel management and went on to educate himself with a master's in tourism management and undertook professional general management courses at the IIM Bangalore and the Cornell University, USA. Sandeep has been associated with training and education from very early in his career and head of training for the Eastern Zone of Hotels for the Ashok Group and later as the HOD in the IHM managed by the Taj Group of Hotels in Aurangabad. He has been a certified external assessor for the Tata Business Excellence model and has led teams for assessment of Tata Steel Europe, Tata Steel Thailand, the Indian Hotels Company and Tata Auto Component Co. for managing carbon footprint and creating abatement strategies. Sandeep is based out of Kolkata and is now a hospitality trainer, academic advisor and consultant for causes that are quasi-social. Sandeep's heart lies in bridging the gap between the industry and academia, and he forever looks forward for new learnings spanning the wonderful world of the hospitality horizon with a view to strengthen the focus of the critical mass of new generation management. He is also a publisher, author and an avid global trotter. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause. Let's welcome none other than Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee as our eminent keynote speaker as of now. I would like to mention all of you that you have heard 2 academicians as of now, and he is a person having academic qualification as well as he is a seasoned professional. So practical things you can learn from him. Please give him a round of applause and let's welcome him. Thank you.
intervene by reuniting industry in some specific some centers doing some amount of work or organizations together or entire country. Be active and understand what's going on in this nation at this point of time. With the Honorable Prime Minister focusing very, very deeply also on takeover of Desh. And where do you see the Desh? You see the Desh in rural areas, the very largest. He talks about 15% of your spend going back into the villages or the rural areas or the areas where you're going to see. So all these things are stuff that you need to take care of. If you look at your own college, the IIT Bhubaneswar, it's a benchmark college. Around about 6 or 8 months ago, I got a call from Radha. She said that you need to come over here and do some work regarding a project called Golden Jubilee. And I had no clue what she was talking about. I had no idea. So I decided I do a little bit of study at this point of time. I should go to colleges. I do some staff development over there. Do some quality enhancement. In my own college, in the intervention office. Occasionally, I would do a little bit of teaching to the masters. I felt it's important that the industry comes in and puts in a little bit of work in academy without just paying the lip service of the industry academy. The offering. So it's important that we put that way. So I did a little bit of study. I found that the type of work that is happening in rural areas with women has been working in various fields of life. Not only hospitality, with due pardon from respected Dr. Sidika, I may be wrong in my statistics of Odisha, but Odisha is a state next to us, wonderfully doing so many different things at this point of time that many now don't see that extremely jealous as to how the progress has been. And jealous positively. We see the progress in this case. 42 districts, correct? In Odisha? 30, with a mandate of some 149 restaurants in their function sector, correct? 142. With today's count and the intervention of the state and the IHM in Bhubaneswar building capabilities for these vendors to go ahead and do work, and I'll only talk about our own work, of building these restaurants, getting them into speed, up and running, in a period of a couple of months, with self-help group of around 10 women who had no idea of business ever from rural areas, this college has managed. That's a huge fillip. Even if I don't say anything about rural tourism, just a few step back and see that has been pioneered. Therefore, when you call me to talk about rural tourism, whatever I have to do or not to do in my life, there is no way that I would not do. Therefore, be with you to pay my respects to you, your team, your faculty, your students. This is your team. Now, of 149 promised restaurants, the nearest in my mind is PP, which is about 40-42 kilometers. So I thought, after the mentorship program, which happened with about 10 states, 20 such mentors were here, a couple of us who came in as master mentors, trying to teach them the basics of standard purchase specification in local language, standard yields, recipe costing yield, and finally a P&L and a monthly income statement and an MIS. It happened, believe you me, seamless. Which means it also gave us the confidence that if we take things simply and do not forever think that people in rural home do not understand the so-called management concepts that we learn in school practice. Yes, okay. So, cut a long story short, I requested Radha, can I go ahead, visit, look after their families also. They cleverly have designed a model in which of the 10 women who are running the show, 5 come on Mondays, 5 come on Tuesdays, and so on and so forth, so that the household is also looked after. I asked about the practices of procurement, I asked about storing, I asked about the entire farm to fork approach, I asked about their profit and loss statements, and they were on the ball. I would like to share with you that if I asked this particular question to my own in-level director or to my chef, executive chef, or for that matter to very senior dignitaries, officials in my hotel, I possibly would have done. The loan, the repayment, the amount of jewelry that they have actually kept as collateral, and to top it all, the design element of the restaurant also had a lovely LED television. So I asked, I still remember her name, correct me if I'm wrong. Sumitra is the person running the restaurant. I think so. I still remember Sumitra. So I asked her, Sumitra, why the television? Was it a part of the original design? She said, you know what? Not really. I said, you made that much of money. She said, we have repaid our loan already. We are in black. We didn't work. Our guests asked about these, and they wanted to watch some match or some information, some news, and we thought it's a very good idea. It's a brilliantly placed, nice, neat, clean restaurant, and the next door has a Mission Millet stall and a kiosk. Wonderfully run, fantastic example of rural tourism. If all of us love honesty, so I feel very proud in some senses where people like us can come and live. This is one example that I thought I would, and there are many more examples, some of which have not been a part. But I know your interventions in rural tourism, in community-based tourism, as Her Excellency the Parent spoke, you have done enough. Probably about 80 of spots, the forest, deep pockets, not just the golden triangle of fully Munawar. So these are the sort of stuff that youngsters, students, you need to keep in mind. While you learn the ropes of business, because you're in business management college. Today you're not in a hotel management institute. You're basically business managers. You not only put out so many other things, but essentially you are business managers. And the alumni who are the and the staff who are over here. You people are the forebearers of rural tourism, so no doubt about it that you chose a topic for speech. I'll just continue my thoughts which I had in mind before I begin. My first thought moves around sustainability, development goals of Indian housing. Because in hotels we are very, very glued on and glued on. I know Dr. Mishra, also Professor Dr. Shiva talked about it. But let me tell you where the linkages are amongst the 17 destinations. If you look at the UNSDG goal number 1, it talks about no poverty. If you look at the UN SDG number 2, they're talking about zero hunger. By the way, I asked her, I said, you people spend a lot of money over here, and I just wanted to get a little bit investigation. And I asked her, are there no repercussions from the husband or the family that you're spending so much of time over here? How do children get looked after? What about their own work? What about their studies? Because we're worried about it. They're Indians end of the day. Whether in towns or cities or in villages, we're worried about how our children get educated. So in GST here, they told me that when money trickles in the pocket of the husband, everything gets better. So she's talking about essentially economics. Okay. Therefore, goal number 8 talks about tribe like us, you, if we do not get into these thoughts, then who will? There's no point deciding with knowledge and then dying young. It's like saying dying very rich. Doesn't make sense. If you have it in you, the old Confucius saying of teach one comes to the fore. You have to do it. There's no way out. Look at gender equality. This is where it starts. Goal number 5. If you look at responsible consumption and production, chemical is talking about recipe, how to buy stuff. So I said, how do you procure? In a roundabout fashion, he told me it's about zero and one. I know exactly what the recipe for is going to be on Monday, versus Tuesday, versus Friday. I know when it's going to be expensive, and I buy accordingly. Who does the purchase? I do the purchase. But I know the best person. It's a responsibility. Vocal for local, buying within the community. No question of people like us who would love to serve New Zealand lamb chops, sea bass from Vietnam, strawberries, plants. There's no point. Time has now come to look at this particular resolution, fitting in with what we do, all of it, because it's experiential, as Professor Dr. Siddharth said. That's how it works. Finally, it's also leading to UNSDG number 17, which is networking, which is what we do. Do networking, I network with mentors who are going to go ahead and do more restaurants, more cafes, stuff like that. I haven't told you this, but believe you me, I still get phone calls and with people from Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra, etc. emails us asking where should I source this thing because we want to put one time. So it's nice, it's networking. It's for us to provide that because of the way what I some network. Network for education, you network for all. So if you look at the UNSDG goal, sustainability comes directly. It's great. My point number 2, restaurant experience. Because today's kids, 50% children, the youngsters of today, they just don't want a vanilla, dal makhani, naan, nice clean, clear, they want to book on. They want to understand who are you, what are you, what are you made up of all. They want to carry a big fact about you when they come back. In a way, it used to be similar earlier also. Typically, the old traveler with his the Akpa click in India, going out for holidays, coming back and sharing those 12, 24, 36, and saying very happily photos, saying very happily that I got 59 out of 36, the role and all. Experience. Now the experiential role has come even much more. They would like to be a part of the experience. So it's an experience. If you ask yourself what is the driver of tourism in our nation, not elsewhere, in our nation, I would hands down say, if you think about it, religion is the number one driver. It is religion which will take the tourist. If you got a Gurdwara, the Ram Mandir, believe me, we need to look at that. To a large extent, most of these places, as it happens, seem to be in rural areas. So we have a lot of opportunity over there to build up skills. If you look at the chronology, I talked about ITs, state tourism scheme. They had all these forest lodging, travel lodging, beach lodging in our earlier days. Subsequently, ITC really came out. It has got heritage properties. Today, you look at even another Indian company called the Indian Express. You have your Ama hotels. Where are they? They are all in the rural areas. They are building the bar higher and higher. So experience, rural areas, religious places, tourism places to keep on, and also to intervene with our type of business. The fourth point, which is very dear to me, focuses on the 3 C's. these is, as I feel, that we need to look at and where we can impact in a very big way. And nothing but culture, crafts, and music. I'll leave it at that. There will be many more speakers who will talk about this and many more sessions here. What we can do, even as fairly as municipalities, to take it forward. Finally, we already have sporadic centers of excellence. It's not that we don't have, we have. Examples that come to mind, festivals like the Hornbill Festival in Kohima, the top first 10 days in Nagaland in December, with the 13 tribes and the tribes that participate, with their tourism villages, Monty Nagaland, what they have done, the village council making a sustainable case out of the village, taking people in groups, showing how they live, how they cook, with the marriage that's going on, taking you through the marriage over there, and so on and so on. If you look at Rajasthan, you also have the village experience brought into the city in Kerala for many years. You have Chokidan, right there. You go to Gujarat, you see a Vishala over there. And I'm sure there are many more examples in various other states coming in, where the village or the rural aspects of tourism has also been brought into this. These are my 5 areas of thought that we will. And to look at any way that we from the hotels can do it, not only for corporate social responsibility, but also as an economic measure, because it brings in, it does, while helping the cause of the people that they are working. If you look at today's paper, and I'm leaving you with some statistics, if you look at today's paper, this is what Odisha has done in terms of its own work in the last month. Foreign tourists are up 875%. 875%. Statistics be like, by the way, they're printing on, it's not a game. Therefore, foreign tourists seem to be very high. But if you look at the domestic tourists in Odisha, now there's something like almost about 50 lakhs. Where are they going? They're not only going to the Golden Jubilee, they're not only going to the Golden Jubilee, but they're going to eco-retreat Hampi, Utsil, Sonarpur, Daringabadi, Bhitarkanika, Sarkosia, Karnataka. So Hampi is probably one of the finest in the nation that is not there. It goes into the air along with Rajasthan. Foreign tourists typically are visiting tribal areas, but that's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. They are doing it. So therefore there is a trend that's going on. They are visiting Koraput, they are visiting Raigad, they are visiting Deonjhar. So a lot of work is already being done, a lot of work will be done to ensure we should not hide away in terms of hospitality or the bigger sort of clubs in various states, the larger hotels, because while there is capability and capacities, but along with building work being experts have already spoken. So what I'll do is, I thought I'll just move around a little bit so that I don't feel sleepy. That corner is looking very lonely over there. So what I'll do is, while sitting over here, I was watching that there are two doors which are opening every 30 seconds. And I was watching the excitement outside was more than inside. So if there are some young boys and girls who are outside, I would recommend all of them and advise them. Because you know, the attention span of youngsters is very little nowadays. And I'm going to speak to you from the perspective of what the industry is looking at. I have a unique combination of being an academic for almost 15 years of my 30-year career, and 15 years I'm in the, I can say, in the corporate world, where I look youngsters who aspire to be hospitality future leaders, so that we all can partner with them. That's what I'm going to do right now. I'm not going to talk about rural tourism at all, although my area of specialization is that only, but I will leave it for the experts to speak on that. Now coming back to what we have been talking about since morning, I remember a beautiful story where a gentleman was reading a newspaper early morning, and then while going through the newspaper, he came to the page of obituary, where people who die, they write about. So to his own surprise, he was reading his own obituary. And he read about his own obituary, he almost fell off his chair, because things were written which he did not like it. Things were written something like that the murderer is no more, the dynamite king is dead, and so on and so forth. Any idea who I'm referring to? Any one of you? Pardon? Very good, whoever said it. I'm referring to Alfred Nobel. This is way back in 1887. He promised to himself, this is not the way I want to be remembered. Because when I am in front of you, I can assure you, you're going to say good things about me. But the real test comes when I'm not in front of you. He promised to himself in 1888 that this is not the way I'm going to live. This is not the way I'm going to allow people to remember me. Just to cut the story short, in 1894, he gave majority of his wealth to a foundation. He died in 1895, and you know, from 1901 onwards, we have his Nobel Peace Prize been given in 5 different categories. So we all know, if you ask most of the boys and girls, young ladies and gentlemen, they will know Alfred Nobel is the one who is known for the Nobel Prize. But some of them might not know he's the one who created dynamite also. The point I'm trying to tell all of you is that it is up to us how we want to be remembered. The small interactions, the moment of truth, the moment of trust we create in the hospitality and tourism industry. That's a topic being given to me actually by Mrs. Ghosh, that I need to focus on education, travel, tourism, and how we can relate it. So what I'll do is, I will tell you something so that you can carry back the memory. Because I'm not getting into any theoretical aspect. Another thing I want to tell, a lot has been spoken about professors sitting over here. And I was also being told that there are many principals who have been principals earlier also are being called. That's such a nice gesture. All of us, you know, if I need to look at an analogy for professors over here, sitting over here, or educationists sitting over here, I will equate you to a squirrel. You know, in Hindi they call it gilhari. I equate most of the people as squirrels. For a simple reason, like if you look at a squirrel plants more than thousands of trees every year, but they are not aware of it because their memory is very poor. What the squirrel does is, whenever they are hungry, they will pick up nuts throughout the year and they will hide it in the soil. So when the squirrel is hungry, they think that I will go and pick up the nut. But being the memory being very poor, they forget where the nuts are. So they eat some of them, they forget some. And in the bargain, plants grow. Similarly, all of us who are in the field of education, we might not remember what all we have contributed in the last 20, 30, 40 years. But the young boys and girls who are sitting over here, and some of the alumni who are going to come to your college in the next 1 or 2 days,
are the products and byproducts of your hard work which you don't realize. You only get to know, what you get to see is only the tip of the iceberg. A lot of effort goes into to create those beautiful icebergs. So I think this was for all the professors who have spent their life in the last so many years contributing to education in whichever field, not only in travel and tourism, but all the fields. And I think all of us should always remember, I was asking one of the management trainees, I was telling Mrs. Ghosh the other day, after I think it's my 12th or 13th year in ITC right now. Prior to that, I was in another hotel company. So I asked her that I spoke to your girl who has just got into the management training program this year. I said, did she call you and tell you how the program has been going on? She said, no, she has not called me. And then she told me, this is the problem with youngsters. They remember you till the time they are in front of you. I said, as an alumni, it is your responsibility and duty to reach out to your people, professors and teachers who have contributed in making who you are. And I think this is something which every youngster needs to inculcate the values as we move forward. Now moving ahead, I will speak on 3 words actually. My colleague Mr. Mukherjee spoke about 5 things, but I want to tell you 3 things which I feel as an operator, every youngster or every hotelier needs to focus on. I'm sure there will be many hoteliers also who are alumni sitting over here. And I want to engage you, I will tell you multiple stories in between, because I feel as hoteliers, it is important to be a good storyteller also. Because if you are a good storyteller, you will be able to catch not only the attention of the people or your customers or your guests, you will be able to also pass on the message in the right context, if being said with the right emotions also. So I think as hoteliers and hospitality professionals, it's very, very critical for all of us to be good storytellers. Okay, let's look at the first point what I want to focus on. May I request all of you to just put your hands like this? All of you. Professors, teachers, everyone. Good. Can you raise it a little bit more? Thank you. Just bring your hand down. Now tell me one thing. When I asked you to raise your hand, you raised your hand like very good boys and girls. And then I told you raise it little more. You again raised it little more. Now my question to all of you is that, why didn't you raise it to the full height, full length in the first go? This is the biggest problem we all have in life. We all are in the zone of comfort. We only do what we've been told to do. We don't use our brain too much most of the time. We get into the zone of comfort. And remember, everything what has been told in the last 1 hour, one thing was common, the thread was common, service excellence. Service excellence was a common thread in all. And the difference between raising it like this and raising it a little bit more, was the word extra. How do you create service excellence? Not by giving facilities, not by creating homestays all the time. It is all about how you can be better than the ordinary. So ordinary and extraordinary has only got that word extra, that's all. If you're doing an ordinary job, no one cares for you. You add the word extraordinary, everyone looks up at you. So this was a simple exercise, and this basically is the first word what I want to focus on, and I want you to remember. Each one of you know this word, by the way, it's called Kaizen. Everyone knows about this word, Kaizen. This is what we did just now, continuous improvement. And if you go to some conference, they will charge you $1,000 and tell you the same thing in 8 hours. I just told you in 1 minute. So what I'm trying to tell you is that all of us, in whatever we do in life, we should look at small improvements, the baby steps. That's the only way we will move forward. That is the only way we will move ahead. Another example I gave it to you, so that we're able to relate it much better. There was a study being done at the Stanford University around 1990, and the study was on something called the curse of knowledge. You can Google and you can have a look at it. It was done by 2 gentlemen, Dan and Chief Heath. They did a study called Tappers and Movers. The study basically, just to cut the story short, was one gentleman was playing a song in his mind. For example, I am singing Happy Birthday to You. But I'm singing in the mind, I'm not speaking, and while singing happy birthday to you in my mind, I'm also tapping. And the other person on the other side was expected to infer which song is it by listening to the tap. 120 people did it, and when it was asked to the person who was actually tapping, how many you think they have got it right? His answer was 50%. And when you look at the results finally, it was only 2.5%. Out of 120, only 3 could say it correctly, but the gentleman who was tapping, he was expecting 60 to be correct. The entire research is there, you can have a look at it. The point I'm trying to tell you is that all of us as professionals, we always think whatever I'm telling is being consumed by the audience. Right now you are the audience. But generally, there's a huge gap. There's a huge mismatch of what we want to say and what actually reaches the audience. It is very, very critical for us to have something. We always look at feedback. Now feedback, most of the feedback I don't believe is always right. Feedback is always something like what you call as a good ego massage. Always, everyone writes a good feedback. Everyone writes a good feedback all the time. Because no one wants to be critical of anything. But remember, it is those people who are critical with you are the ones who actually want you to improve. It's your parents who always call you back and say, don't do this. Your neighbors never tell you. It's your parents. So people who give you a critical feedback are the ones who actually want good of you. So that's the way we need to look at things. Let's come back to the second alphabet, F. I spoke about Kaizen, that's K. Now let's come back to the second word called F. I'm going to give you one sentence. I'm going to say the sentence and you're going to repeat after it, okay? And the sentence is something like this. You repeat after me. I slit a sheet. All of you need to say. Doesn't matter, all of you. I slit a sheet. A sheet I slit. Upon a slitted sheet, I sit. Now tell me, you had to give 100% focus to say this. It is not easy. It is not easy to repeat it. So what happened is that in life, we are not focused. We always think, ho jayega. It doesn't work that way. Focus is one area where I feel every youngster or everyone, doesn't matter which age is, especially youngsters I'm saying because the attention span is very little. Focus is one area where we need to be absolutely clear. Our path needs to be absolutely clear. And I remember a beautiful study being done by Howard way back in 1970s, late 70s actually, where they captured all the MBAs from the Harvard MBA school. And they asked one simple thing. How many of you have set goals for yourself? You'll be surprised to know out of 100, there were only 3% of the people who had goals. About 17% of them had goals, only goals, and 83 had no goals. So basically out of the 17%, there were 3% who had a goal and also had a plan to achieve, how to achieve those goals. Howard went back to them after 20 or 30 years and looked at all the 3 people, all the 100% people. And what they found was that the 3% who had a goal and also the plan to achieve them were financially better off, professionally better off, and they're doing much better as a family person, so on and so forth. Because the focus was there, there was a focused approach. Today, this is one area where we all need to be a little more careful, and everyone needs to have a focused approach, what exactly you want to do. Because what happens is, even if suppose I need to give a lecture to you right now, which I am trying to do right now, if I look it as a lecture, it will be very boring. But if I look it as a conversation, it is going to be very easy for me. Because most of the time where we falter, where we don't get the attention of youngsters is that we become too serious about the lecture and then we make a mess of it. And similarly in hotels, hospitality, travel, tourism, we need to look at the art of conversation more than the getting into the art of lecturing. And with, especially after COVID, I think we need to move away from being a teacher to a mentor more. Because what we think, because today there is no information which a student doesn't know. They may know more than me, by the way. They might know more than me. So what they don't know is the mistakes what we have done in life. So we always need to look at it that my hindsight should be a foresight for them. My job should be to tell them the mistakes I have done in my life are these 45 or 100 mistakes. Please make sure don't do these. That is my contribution. That should be the contribution what we need to do. And that is what we look at it. Let's come back to the third word, curiosity. This is one area where again, there's a huge opportunity to improve. Huge opportunity. This is one question I always ask in interviews. People ask me, what do you look at? What question do you ask? Obviously someone spoke about attitude a little earlier, I heard. If you look at the word A to Z, and if you look at A as 1 and Z as 26, B as 2, there are only two words in the English dictionary which adds up to 100. One is attitude, second is discipline. No other word adds up to 100. Hard work is also 98 only. These are the only two things which will make you a great professional and obviously a good hotelier also, and a good travel and tourism professional. Now coming back, which question? I ask one question in every interview. I can tell you also what it is. The question is, when was the last time you did something for the first time? This is a question. It could be as basic as that I made a boat out of a newspaper. It could be as simple as that I tried doing a painting. It could be as, no need to send a rocket to Chandrayaan all the time. It could be as simple as that. Now this question allows me to understand the level of curiosity what a young lady or a gentleman has. Because today in travel, tourism and hospitality, it is the curiosity which makes all the difference. I remember a beautiful story. Like there was a young girl, small girl, 4-year-old, let's assume, 4-year-old girl. And this girl goes to a shop and tells the shopkeeper, "Uncle, how do I look like?" Obviously, the shopkeeper said, "You are looking beautiful." And then the girl said, "Uncle, when I grow up, will you allow your son to marry me?" He said, "Why not? You are such a beautiful girl. I'd be happy." Then the girl says, the 4-year-old girl says, "Uncle, will you give me, or will you give your future daughter-in-law one chocolate?" Obviously, the shopkeeper had no option but to give a chocolate. The point I'm trying to tell you, as we grow up in life, our curiosity dies down. We don't ask questions anymore. And as hotel, travel, tourism professionals, I think curiosity is one thing which we need to have. When I'm small children, we ask our parents why the sky is blue, why the bird is flying. We go to a balloon shop, like we go to melas. I'm sure all of us have gone to melas when we are small children. We used to tell our father, "Buy me a balloon, a red balloon, a white balloon, a green balloon." And we buy a balloon to them. But the child will always ask, "Will this white balloon go up? Will the blue balloon go up?" The shopkeeper will say, "All balloons go up." But we don't tell the child during those important ages that the balloon doesn't go up because of the color of the balloon. The balloon goes up because what is inside the balloon. So there are so many youngsters sitting over here. Who will do good in the career doesn't depend which college are you from, let me tell you. The college can give you one platform, that's all. It starts and ends there only. What allows you to go up the ladder is what gets inside you. So there are two things. One is a well-filled mind and there's something called well-formed mind. One is filling means filling with data. That's not going to help. Well-formed mind, that is what we need to focus on and need to create. Because if you're able to have a well-formed mind, you're able to use the knowledge in the right direction. And when I talk about well-filled and well-formed, the best example which comes to my mind is knowledge is important. How do you use the knowledge is more important. Like if I ask most of the young boys and girls, tomato is a fruit or a vegetable? Most of them will give me the answer that it is a fruit. But not to use in a fruit salad is a wisdom. Knowledge is tomato is a fruit. Not to use in a fruit salad is a wisdom. So I think it is time for all of us to differentiate between knowledge and wisdom. If you are able to have knowledge only and not know where to use it, you might lose out. Because remember, whatever we do in travel, tourism, hospitality, it all boils down to the customer. It's the customer is the king. And also we need to remember that post-COVID, the word future is also changing its meaning very fast. In our time, future used to be our father's generation, our grandfather's generation, and our generation. Today, in a family, if there are two kids with 2 years different, they're actually two different generations. So the word future is also changing very fast, and we all need to also change. And I always talk about one word. Someone asked me, how do you keep yourself contemporary? I said we all need to be used to something what we call as a liberal arts immersion. We need to get into that mode. We should be good in anything and everything, not necessarily only in the area where you are an expert. You are an expert, very good, but what about others? Because when a customer walks up to you in a hotel or in a tourism field, it is you who need to reach out to his or her level. Don't expect him or her to come to your level. So we should know everything about what Chandrayaan did. We should know everything about army. We should know what's happening in Europe. We should know what's happening in the Ukraine war. We should know what's happening in G20 next week. We should know what happened in the BRICS summit last week in South Africa. We need to know everything under the sun, and you need to know your subject also. So what I want is each one of us need to know about each and every aspect. If you really want to be a future leader, that's what we call it. If you really want to be a future leader in the hotels and hospitality field. But thank you so much. I will close it over here just to conclude it. The 3 words which actually I thought I should tell you and you should remember it is Kaizen, focus and curiosity. So it's very easy to remember. KFC, not the Kentucky Fried Chicken. The KFC is something what I wanted you to remember, and I wish all of you all the very best. I'll be here for the rest of the day. And if you need to talk to me, especially the youngsters and all, so I'll be more than happy to engage with you and let you know some of my thoughts, some of my views. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. So did you enjoy the sessions? Oh, lovely. Thank you so much for this connection and the feedback. Moving ahead, I would like to request our principal, Shraddha Ghosh ma'am, to do a small gesture because we have the precious time of our reputed speakers, and thank you so much for your participation, involvement, a small token of appreciation from our end. I know it's lunchtime, but students, what happened to you? Because I was so excited that I would be meeting students, the powerhouse of energy, and no clap. Come on, everyone, you can do better. Thank you. So next we'll be getting ready for the very first panel discussion. I would like to request all of you to please be attentive and present over here. Our panelists have given their valuable presence in time. Most of them are from outside Odessa. So Let's welcome them. Before that, we will take a couple of minutes, let's say 2 to 3 minutes, to rearrange the stage. Thank you so much. It was an absolute honor and pleasure to have all of you. Meanwhile, the arrangements will be done. I will be taking you through the profiles of our eminent speakers who would be the panelists for this panel discussion along with the moderator. Pen drive, that is in console. My pen drive. Thanks a lot. The very first panelist is Dr. Danish Iqbal Raina, Deputy Director, Center for Hospitality and Tourism, Baba Ghulam Shah, Badshah University, Jammu and Kashmir. Sir, if you're present. If Dr. Danish Iqbal Raina is present, thank you. Please be seated. We will call you on the stage. And Dr. Anshuman Chatterjee, Director, IIAS School of Management, Siliguri. Anshuman Chatterjee, sir. Okay, nice. Thank you. Dr. Amitabh De, Principal, IHM Guwahati. Thank you. Dr. Ishani Naskar, Professor, Ravindra Bharati University, as our befitting moderator. Thank you. Dr. Danish Iqbal Raina, Deputy Director, Center for Hospitality and Tourism, Baba Ghulam Shah, Badshah University, Jammu and Kashmir. Having 15 years of experience in teaching and research, published more than dozen papers in high-rated journals, participated in various national and international conferences, member of various national and international organizations for the promotion of sustainable tourism. Area of research includes community-based tourism, rural tourism, and sustainable tourism. Can we have Dr. Danish Iqbal Raina with a round of applause from all of you as our very first panelist on the dais? Yeah, please, sir. As per the name palette, you can see. Thank you. Now I'll take you through the bio note of Dr. Anshuman Chatterjee, who has been the doyen of hospitality education in the country. During his incredible professional journey, he has been an academician, consultant, mentor, director to several institutes and companies, and overall a knowledge hub and highly respected hospitality professional. An academician, he had taught at Institute of Hotel Management, Kolkata, a College of Government of India since 1988 for a successful tenure of 21 long years, from where he took VRS. He also served various other hotel management colleges and institutes as principal and director. Dr. Chatterjee has served as corporate head HR for a large multinational global organization, which afforded him the exposure of traveling to many countries in several continents. He has also served as the Chief Learning Officer and Head Hospitality HR of the Ambuja Neotia Group. A big round of applause. It's really a matter of pride for all of us to know about the accolades of our eminent panelists. Being a renowned hospitality consultant, Dr. Chatterjee has assisted several hotel owners and developers in various aspects related to hotel planning, development, operations, and asset management. Following his core knowledge area and passion, he has mastered the area of planning, developing, and operating any hospitality educational institute, and is considered best in the field by the industry professionals and his clients. A life member of the prestigious Indian Society for Training and Development, Dr. Chatterjee is a distinguished leader in hospitality and education industry, with thousands of his students working in the higher positions in hospitality, tourism, and allied industries. We have Dr. Amitabh De, Principal, IHM Guwahati. I request you to please come and join us on the dais. He is a BSc, St. Xavier's College, Ranchi, 1987, Diploma in Hotel Management, MA Tourism Management, PhD Hospitality and Tourism, former HOD, Institute of Science and Management, Ranchi, former faculty, IPS Academy, SOHM, Indore, former GM Operation Hotel Srimaya, Indore, former principal in SHM, School of Hotel Management, Durgapur, presently principal, IHM Guwahati, under Ministry of Tourism, Government of India since 2018. Former member Board of Studies, West Bengal State Council for Technical Education, Kolkata. Former member Examination Committee, West Bengal Joint Entrance Examination Board, Kolkata. Special invitee to All India Board of Hospitality and Tourism Department, AICTE. Member Research Committee for International Conferences of NCH MCT Noida. Member Research Committee, IHM Bhopal. Member Task Force constituted by NCH MCT and Ministry of Tourism to make the framework and timeline along with strategy to implement the recommendation of the National Education Policy 2020. Thank you, sir. Now I'll take you through the biodata of Dr. Ishani Naskar, who is at present serving the Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Kolkata as a professor. She has served as professor at the Department of Political Science, Ravindra Bharati University, Kolkata. She has been visiting faculty at Gaurabanga University, Malda, Kaji Nazrul University, Asansol, and Institute of Foreign Policy Studies, University of Kolkata. She has interest in the Northeast Indian region. She has produced articles and policy papers on behalf of think tanks working with Government of India focusing on these issues. She has been invited to deliver talks and special lectures on various colleges, universities and institutions. She has also delivered invited lectures at Chinese Foreign Affairs University, Washington College, USA. She has been asked to give online lectures and podcasts in the Philippines, Chile. Would like to mention that she has been a part of various prestigious forums and publications, and would like to mention that Professor Naskar has served as the acting director of the Directorate of Distance Education of Ravindra Bharati University. At present, she is also the editor of Jadavpur Journal and of International Relations. She is also heading the Hari Prasanna Center for India-China Cultural Studies under the Department of International Relations. The bios are really long because the accolades, the tenure, the experience they have is absolutely praiseworthy, but since we are running behind the schedule more than an hour, I request our moderator to please confine the panel discussion within 30 minutes, including summary. And please give a round of applause. Thank you so much to all of you for your patience and cooperation till now. Thank you. Can we have hand mics? And before that, I would like to request our principal ma'am to please welcome our esteemed panelist and moderator on the dais. I request console to please bring hand mics on the dais. 4 number or minimum 3 would be actually helpful. Only one we have? One more?
Good afternoon. I completely understand this is crunch time as far as the lunch is here. So at the outset, I must thank the organizers for asking me to come over and be a part of this session, the conference, and of course the 50 years of this college, which is absolutely marvelous. We will get back to the business immediately. I just need to put down a fact that I'm absolutely odd one out over here because, as you have all heard from the master here making announcements, that I do not fit into the bill. So I must make myself clear that my job is actually to deal with officials who are part of the foreign policy establishment, and one of the areas that they deal with is cultural relations and people-to-people contact, and that is where my specialization has been working. I basically try to promote cultural contacts, people-to-people networking, and tourism has become extremely important. And as been mentioned in the morning, that in order to understand tourism, in order to understand any form of tourism, you have to be a tourist. And yes, I'm a very avid traveler, and I travel whenever I get chance. This is one of those snippets where I have just squeezed in time from work and I try to crawl out somewhere. And I have noticed from my experience that, my state, from where I come, Bengal, is a unique state where we have the snow-capped mountains, we also have the seas. And we are very, very active whereas traveling is concerned. And what I see at that point there is that gradually the crowd is no longer looking at mainstream tourism anymore. Darjeeling is one place, we all know about Darjeeling, it's one of the Queen of the Hills. And Darjeeling has now become an extremely hot spot for this kind of alternative accommodation. The panel is going to throw some light, I'm not specialized. But here I just need to put a point which I think is also an early warning sign. And from here I will ask the panelists to take over. Is that I'm seeing friends and friends' friends who are people from different areas. They're not even probably belonging to the local area, and they are now running to buy land to create quote-unquote resorts. I have interacted with a couple of people and I've asked, do you know the ecology of the place? Do you know the ecosystem of the place? More important, do you know the socio-cultural matrix of the place? Do you have any idea about how the system sustains itself? And the answer is that that is for the people who will work there to understand. That's not my work. So this, I feel, ladies and gentlemen, I may be the devil's advocate here because I really do not belong to the genre, is also an early warning sign. And from here, I will ask the panelists to take over to address the possibilities, the prospects of alternative accommodation as it is catching up, steam. I will ask each panelist to make their initial remarks. Keep it to 5 to 7 minutes so that we can move to the second round and still make it to lunch. Thank you. May I ask Mr. Dev?
Very good afternoon. It's so heartening to see and to participate in such a panel discussion on rural tourism as well as alternative accommodation. In true sense, both are alternative. When we want to see rural tourism, we want to feel the villages of our country, and that is not the mainstream urban areas, as well as when we want to stay away from the hotels as an alternative to other places, as the alternative accommodation sector, and we'll be discussing few things as we told our moderator ma'am. Before we start any tourism, it is to be very honest, our entire tourism is a hidden secret in our country. We have the facilities, but that needs to be explored. that needs to be exposed, that needs to be exposed. One, it comes to lunch, we see that the hall becoming empty. People are moving towards the lunch. Nobody has to be told about going to lunch if it is 12:30 or 1 o'clock or maybe 1:30. But since morning we have been hearing about the attitude. Let one day our attitude tell us that let us defer the lunch, because these kind of sessions you hardly get. So similarly, the tourism has to come to all of us, like from within. The day when each one of the students sitting at the back, they feel tourism, they live tourism, and everybody becomes Atmanirbhar with the thought of tourism. That's the we have the rural tourism and alternative accommodation, because that's the huge area that is coming up into the world. Presently, before just about when the COVID set in after 2021, it was $100 billion industry, and which is projected to be $900 industry by 2030. So there is a huge immense scope, and this is my initial talk about this, and I hand over the mic to Mohammed so that she can invite me.
Thank you, Dr. Bey. Indeed, I think we have a lot of potential, and it is a secret, but how we keep the secret and yet do the best of it is what we will look at. I will now ask this next speaker, Dr. Danesh Iqbal Raina, to make his comments.
Thank you, Ishani. Tourism is tourism. Rural tourism, we give it many names. But as far as this rural tourism is concerned, we need to be very much particular and sensitive. Because sustainability is something very, very important. We are looking rural tourism from the economic point of view, that it's going to increase our household income in the rural setup, it's going to build new infrastructure, it's going to raise the standard of life. But at the cost of what? That is something very important for the academia and the industry to understand and to mitigate. We have the fragile ecology, we have unique cultures, we have the cultural sensitivities, and these are the biggest assets which cannot be compromised at the cost of mere economic development. We have seen it in terms of our urban setup, that with concrete jungles we raised world-class facilities, and now we are moving back to the rural areas. But this should not happen with the pace and the speed, and it must be controlled and contained. I must tell you that in tourism, we talk about the footfall, we talk about the capacity of a place. So a place which has seen few people in hundreds of years, if altogether thousands and lakhs of people are visiting that place, is going to have a very negative impact on the culture and the environment. And this in the long run will destroy the place at all, and we will end up with nothing. So we need to look the rural tourism with a very defined perspective. That how we are going to control the human footfall, how we are going to have a very minimum human activity. For example, I have a place, and now you are developing that place as a very potential rural setup, rural tourism from the rural tourism point of view. And what you are going to do, you are bringing all the packed water bottles to that place, you are going to bring all the ultra-modern flush system to that place, you are going to bring all the amenities that are there in the urban cities to my village. What is going to happen? It's going to have a very harmful effect on my ecology, on my culture, and at the end of the day, I will end up with nothing. So it is very important for us to mitigate the strategies that are going to create a balance between the economic prosperity and the sustainability, that is as far as the ecology and the local cultures are concerned. And the very important thing I would like to focus here is the involvement of community at all levels. What we have seen over a period of time, that now the corporates, they are making inroads into the rural areas. We have now some tent houses, we have some eco hotels, they are coming up in the rural setup, and the local community is not getting the due benefit of the tourism activity which they must get. So the involvement of the local communities at all levels, be it the policy level, be it the implementation, be it the employment, so that is something very, very important. And for that, another very important area which IMH is doing here is the capacity building of the local communities. We must need to make them aware that how to take up this rural tourism to a different level. So this is something very, very important. But I must say that particularly in the Indian perspective, we are culturally very much sensitive. So whenever we will feel that there is an encroachment in our cultural area, our culture is exposed to an extent that we are going to lose our cultural values or something like that, then you will have problems from the local community, and that will be a major roadblock as far as the tourism development is concerned. So these things must be taken on board. It should not be taken from the economic point of view only, that we are making much money in terms of it's a $100 billion industry, it can be $200 billion industry. That is good. That is something very good saying in terms of numbers. But the very important thing is the assets that we have must be preserved and should not be exposed or compromised at the cost of only economic. That is the point I would like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely spot on as what you have said. In fact, I just want to like to share before I hand over the mic is the last Darjeeling elections actually was fought fiercely on the basis of whether, structures on the name of resort making would be allowed or not. There's so much of money power that was flowing from outside because they were trying to promote resort building in remote areas which are absolutely not ecologically sustainable. So this became a very big issue. This is just last year, this is what happened. It was a huge hue and cry. And at the same time, let me tell you, because I frequent that part of the country very much, twice or thrice a month, so and I know very well, that the tea industries are shutting down, people are leaving, but when the resorts or so-called these kind of alternative accommodations are made, local people are not being accommodated. Only a handful can make it to those places. Most of the laborers are forced to work out. So this is a very strange situation where you are having that kind of so-called development in rural tourism and things like that. But at the same time, where the laborers are in the same area are being forced to leave the area because they're not getting employment any further. Without further ado, I'll now ask Dr. Anshuman Chatterjee to make his remarks.
Thanks, Ishani. This microphone knew what I was about to say and didn't allow me. But anyways, I will. What I am going to say is at the danger of being reprimanded by the dignitaries and learned people present here. Even the students may look at me with an odd look. My starting statement is that rural tourism is over-romanticized in our country. I have, of course, reasons behind saying this. Dr. Raina also did touch upon this. And it always sounds romantic, it's fine. We can, beyond our country, we can look at what has been happening to the Amazon rainforests. What has been happening to the Darjeeling hills. Landslide after landslide. We can look at Uttarakhand. Everywhere. The problem is that all our development is indiscriminate. There is no policy, no limits, no control, and people would not even know how the homestays are certified. How many students know how the homestays are certified? Anyone? Say, I'm sure people in the front, they would know. There are two certifications by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. One is the gold certificate and the other is the silver certificate. But none of them apply. Why they don't apply is because most of the properties are not homes at all. On behalf of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, I went to 12 rural tourism spots in Bengal, and I was astonished and appalled to find what had been happening in those places, which maybe I'll come back in the second round. And Shiva madam, we have been in touch for a long time. Please do not mind my saying it that we probably are over romanticizing rural tourism. Probably, ma'am, I use the word probably. So the point is that yes, rural tourism is one marker of the economy, but are the local people benefiting from it? Who are the beneficiaries? I headed a study in Agra. It was pro-poor tourism funded by the World Bank and carried out by the Department of Tourism, Government of Uttar Pradesh. And believe me, we found that whatever was the condition of the common people in Agra 10 years back, even today, that exists. Nothing for them has changed. So I may sound negative, but as Mr. Sinha was saying, that any feedback, whenever we are critical, we are actually trying to help the cause. So I have been critical. I have been putting up the negative points, but it's not to show us in a bad light, but to make people think how to overcome this and what should be the right path ahead.
Thank you very much. I think this is quite okay to be, to focus on the areas where the problem lies. I will also share this very interesting fact that the ladies has been asking me that where I wore this dress, where I got this sari. This is actually Katha from Bengal, which is very famous. But this is not directly from the people there. What is happening is now there is a huge flow of people coming from the city, basically Kolkata and its outskirts, who actually are going there and taking over almost the entire Katha industry, which was actually one of the big soul of Shantiniketan, where people used to go and stay there, watch that happening, and now this is being taken over by the so-called boutique lines. They are taking people, the ladies, the SHGs they are collecting, they are taking over the whole things. What would sell at, say, roughly 5,000 is now around 13 to 14,000. Okay? So corporatization and marketing obviously has some benefits, but it also must make sure that that has long-term benefits for the communities there. But having said that, I also agree that there are certain industries like the Baluchari industry in Bengal, which is based on rural tourism, has really revived because it was also been dying out. So there are ways where we can do well, especially the role of women is extremely important, and I think I should put it here as myself on it, that the SHGs in Bengal are doing remarkably well. And believe me, I have been to Sundarbans time and again, many times, because many of my students and what is happening, and one of them, and they are more than happy. This is being now gradually being institutionalized. But what I'm trying to say here is, along with institutions, the role of the government is extremely important in balancing the importance of community development at the same time the inroad of marketing. I will now hand over the mic to the second round in the context of what I've been saying.
Dr. Sunny, truly you highlighted the point. I would like to mention
tourism and alternative accommodation is concerned, a state in India, Jammu and Kashmir, they failed miserably in the picture of Jammu Kashmir has changed into the mind of the people over the years. People visited in a number to the different parts. They wanted to see the rural Jammu Kashmir, the life culture. Was ready only to showcase the old things that was there in Jammu Kashmir. So that was a thing to learn for. So whenever we are talking about the rural tourism, since morning we have been gaining insights into the ideas of rural tourism and alternative accommodation. So when we talk that the first thing is we should have the sound planning and the execution. Then only people will experience. We have to educate people. There are so many people who are working into the field. And I'll cite an example of mine. I'm a very good follower because we have been talking since the morning about the social networking sites. The youngsters, they promote, the locals, they promote their own places. I have attended one tourism mart at Kohima at Nagaland. A small boy who was attached to me the way the small boy has been attached to me at IHM Bhubaneswar to take care of me. And tourism comes naturally to him. His name is Apen, A-P-E-N. And those who are interested in Instagram, especially the youngsters, they can look for his profile at apen.small_village guide. Every day he promotes every part of rural Nagaland. He tags different organizations, whether it is Ministry of Tourism or the local bodies or even the government. And what for his efforts, we should also reciprocate by giving a line that Apple, you are doing a good job, and that will be the idea that we can meet, we can be vocal for the local. And that is one of the ideas. I was going through certain tourism policy, different states have come out with the policies. For the locals, it was what we saw that the locals we keep the safety of the place. For the tourists in the rural tourism, they will manage the hygiene as well as the shauchalayas into the areas where the tourists visit. My question is, why not? It is only the locals who will build the infrastructures. Why multinational companies? Then in the true sense we will have that Atmanirbhar Bharat. The locals' participation, the Yuva Tourism has been a good initiative. I met one set of students of Association of Indian Universities where on the initiative of our Honorable Prime Minister has visited the Northeast, and there they came to know, they got surprised that it is a place which is yet to be explored. For that, do we know the different dance forms, the different cultures, different food habits? This should be inculcated in if people need to be educated. If we really want to promote the alternative way of tourism, because hotel industry and alternative accommodation, hotels have also, they have realized the potential of alternative accommodation, and they are into the big way, whether we call it AMA or maybe the managed property, the Shia Kuti, or like at Kalimpong and all. So these areas need to be focused on if you really want to see the
think he has also brought out a very important point of the young generation and the role of the digital communication. So I'll hand it over to you to continue the conversation.
Yeah, it is very important, and particularly when we are in a setup with our young students watching us, looking at us. They might be having expectations that in our classrooms, in our discussions, what we are formulating for them. So my viewpoint is that let us be very much practical. If I want to teach my student that what rural tourism is all about, I must take him to a rural setup. First thing, it is very important. You cannot teach. It is something. It is making them responsible for what they are going to do in future as far as the tourism is concerned. You must be very much responsible in terms of your activities. I have already discussed with you that rural tourism is a gold mine. You can make much of money out of it, but we need to create a balance between the development and the ecology, between the development and the environment. And for this, we have to take into consideration the local practices, local rituals. For example, you are looking for tourism potential in a particular area, and your concern is water harvesting. So you cannot just take some scientific knowledge with you. You cannot take some classroom lecture with you or some technology with you in that area and start water harvesting. You need to talk to the local people. You need to get into their practices, that how they have been doing this over centuries. For example, I'm a regular visitor to Ladakh. You might have heard the name, or some of you might have visited that place. The ecosystem of Ladakh is very fragile. Very less water. The rainwater is also very, very less there. So they have a inbuilt mechanism of water harvesting. They use less of water in their daily consumption. And that is the reason for their survival in such a harsh conditions. Now what is happening in Ladakh? Ladakh is, they have uncontrolled human footfall or the human activity in the name of tourism. People are just, this year alone, I think 5-6 lakh people, they visited Ladakh. What is happening there? Now they have rains, pretty much rains, and which the rain, unseasonal rains, and that is something very detrimental to the ecology of that region. Their water level is getting down because they need much of the water as far as the consumption of the tourist is concerned. And the third thing that is happening there, when I used to visit there some 10 years back, they were having a very systemized homestays all around the Ladakh. But now the homestays are grounded, and you have big hotels coming up in Ladakh. So this is how we ruin a particular place just because for the sake of some economic activity. So I, some 3-4 months back, I visited that place. I talked to the locals that, what is the way out? The one answer was the way out is that there should be a control on the footfall of the humans as far as this particular region is concerned. We have a very fragile ecology. We cannot sustain too much of footfall, and this will destroy everything. So this is something very important. And the educational institutions, people like us, or people from the industry, we have a very important stake. We cannot be the mute spectators looking at the things with a very fancy view that yes, rural tourism is picking up. It is changing the numbers in terms of the economic development and something like that. No, we need to work on the strategies. We need to talk to our students. We need to talk to the local communities, and then to find ways and means that how to create a balance. Because you cannot say that, okay, we don't need any development, we don't need any economic activity. That is not a solution. The solution is that we need to strike a balance between the economic development and the sustainability of the place. So we need to mitigate the strategies, and there are best practices across the globe. You can find examples from across the globe where people have done this. And we can do, but remember one thing, the young kids are sitting here. So you just cannot get into a venture by means of the classroom knowledge. You need to live that life if you need to promote rural tourism. You cannot say that, okay, I have the 4 years degree with me, or that I am the best in terms of the knowledge. No, you need to practice that life. And then the last thing I would like to say, please have the respect for the local communities and their culture, and understand their cultural sensitivities whenever you are visiting a rural setup. They might be poor, they might not be coming up and confronting you, but some way we are hurting their sensitivities by not respecting their local cultures, their language, their rituals, something like that. So we must have a sense of respect for the local cultures when we are visiting such a place. This is something very important. And in the end, I would like to say that development should not come with a cost that leads us to the destruction. We have the recent example of Himachal Pradesh. What is happening there from last couple of months is in front of us. Himachal has been known for the rural tourism from hundreds of years, but now what is happening there is something because of our unplanned activities, too much of human intervention into the nature, and something like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I share the same kind of feelings, obviously. And I share this in case of Sikkim. I've been to Sikkim just a couple of months, maybe in summer. And we decided to go to Nathula, my son and I. And we had to wait for 3 hours to reach just 1.5 kilometers. 3 hours. And there were 2,000 cars going every day to Nathula. 2,000 cars, big trekkers, each trekker carrying 15 people. And the snow wall, I wish I could share the pictures on slide. The snow walls had become black with soot. Okay? And what people were doing, this is interesting. And this is where I think responsible tourism is very important. It is not only as a service provider, as an operator, but also the tourist has to be equally responsible. I saw people taking off warm clothes, literally bare body men, were lying and actually trolling on the ground to take pictures and selfies and videos. Somebody I saw taking out a bottle of rum, using the snow from there, putting and drinking bare body. So this kind of tourism is also not got to be promoted. We need responsible tourism. It's time. And I will ask speaker, Anshuman, Dr. Anshuman, to please give some examples from his experiences.
Yeah, I often did quite a few people earlier when I spoke. So I must substantiate my statement with a few examples. I did give the example of the Amazon rainforest, but it's there. Dr. Raina talked about what's been happening in Himachal Pradesh. In 1980, it's in the Bronze Age, I had gone to a place called Takda. Those days almost nobody had heard of the place. It is very near to Darjeeling. So we had a family house there, we stayed there. Only one bus used to enter in the morning and another in the evening. That was all the communication with the outside world. Now we stayed there, I had gone with a friend of mine, we stayed there, we came back, everything fine. And now, I again went to Takda just 2 years back, after COVID. So when I tried to book, a homestay for friends of mine coming from Calcutta, I found there are 60 homestays in Takda, and I could not find any accommodation in any one of them. Not a single room was available. So these 60 homestays again do not misinterpret as homestays. Most of them are not. When we use the term homestay, you come to my home and stay with me. Yes, I will provide all the service to you, and I will take something for that, for my livelihood. But these are not homestays. People are building a house, employing people there with 3-4 rooms, and they're selling it as homestay. There is no government regulation. There is nothing. You can do it. No taxation. Nothing. You simply start your business, and most of these properties are owned by people who already have the money. This is one example. Another example, ma'am, would be, there is a place in West Bengal called Pingla in Medinipur. They're famous for Pottochitro. So I had gone there for a sensitization program with those artists. That is the cause of tourism, people going to Pingla. So I asked them, do they stay here? No, sir. Where do they stay? Shantiniketan, nearby, because they get air-conditioned rooms, etc. there. I said, oh, it is, you are the artist and the hoteliers in Shantiniketan are making the money. Yes, sir. So, Mrs. Hillary Clinton regularly buys from them. Just one example. So, there was the eldest of the artists. Pottochitro means they paint on cloth and then they slowly unravel and sing along with it, the story. So, the eldest one there, who has been the guru for many of them working there, I have my photographs. He was blessing me for raising these issues, and he was asking me, please do something. And then he tried to gift me one of his creations. I did not accept and I paid for it because I saw their conditions. And believe me, I have seen their houses, even if what Dr. Shiba Hamid was saying, even if I'm given an accommodation there, I'll not be able to stay. Because we have got used to certain worldly comforts in life. Somebody coming from Australia, for example, would not be able to stay there. Then I went to another village. It's known as Goruhanga in Nadia district of Bengal. This village is known for the fakirs. The fakirs actually do not work. They only sing. They sing, they play different instruments, the rural instruments, and they sing. They are famous all over the world. The top fakirs, they have traveled to many continents and many countries. But even after that, when I saw the condition, I was so sad. I talked to the regional director, Ministry of Tourism, that do something about it. Yes, sir, we can only do something when there is a policy which allows me to do something. So somehow intervention is required. I have many more such examples. For example, Amitabh gave the example of Chia. Now in Sundarban you have this huge hotel. What is that? Sonar Bangla. I went and stayed there. Except a few people getting employment from the local area, nothing for the local people has changed. Because it's a big group which has come and opened the hotel. Nothing has changed except some employments absolutely at the junior level. So these are probably points to ponder, and I would have been happy if the director had been here, regional director. He will be here tomorrow. I'll again discuss with him because from my heart, I feel for these people. I'm sure it happens in Odisha also or in any other state. Sandeep, the example of Sumitra that you gave, that was very encouraging and exciting. But probably that is more like an exception. Probably. Again, I'm not sure. But in Bengal, we don't find any such examples. So with that, I'll end my remark. Again, I might be caught for negative comments. But these negative comments are not to put down alternative accommodation. It is to see how we go about it. How do we develop alternative accommodation, ecology, local populace, economy? All three, if they're not covered, then it's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, that's wonderful. And I think the message is loud and clear. The idea is not to discourage rural tourism and alternative accommodation, but also see what does not actually look to the eye as such. There are much more nuanced stories. There are much more, I would say, variated stories which gives a lesson as to how one can approach this whole idea. It is something that is in the offing, and I'm sure that much more has to be learned, and this is the area where as an academic, I think lot of research has to be done, lot of thought has to be put, and overall, I think it has to be bringing in all the stakeholders to understand how to make rural tourism and alternative accommodation much more successful. With this, I thank the panelists and all who have been holding their, yeah, sure, I think Dr. Dev wants to say, so, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. What Dr. Chatterjee was saying, because we have the academicians, we'll have the policymakers and everybody. The situation reality needs to be changed because I think most of you are aware about the places like Kaziranga in Assam. I don't know how many of you have visited that place and experienced that. As far as the infrastructure for tourism growth is concerned, rural tourism, as I mentioned earlier, that it is going to be $900 billion industry. I don't know how much India is going to benefit out of it. Till this date, after 75 years of independence in Kaziranga, if you go, the internet is a big problem. The hotels here, we stay there, we cannot make any kind of payment, whether it is credit card or debit card or maybe online payment. It has to be paid in cash. And if we are lucky enough, if there are, say, internet connectivity available and we are able to pay that way. Otherwise, from that area, Kaziranga, next ATM from where we have to withdraw money is almost 10 kilometers. So these things needs to be looked into. As in the morning I was listening to Mr. Mukherjee saying that IHM Bhubaneswar is training in the field of upskilling and skill development, 149 restaurants. Similarly, we have been at Guwahati. We have been doing it for the one concept that is being promoted for the development of rural areas, the vibrant villages. We have trained certain self-help group women into in the areas of say Arunachal Pradesh as well as Tripura, where the ladies have been trained, but these areas need to be focused on to because they need basic infrastructure, basic how to reach there, how to promote what they deserve. So if we can, in true sense, we can organize ourselves, we can take care of the small details, we can execute the things well, I think India has a bright future for rural tourism and alternative tourism. That's all, ma'am. Thank you so much. You can go.
Well, I think that is a very bright note, and I'll not take this further. I thank all the panelists, and I think they all deserve an applause. Please clap for them, and I thank you all for being a patient audience.
Thank you so much, panelists. There is a point to add. On a lighter note, if you are visiting those places, actually I'm afraid, as you say, that credit cards and other things might not work. But again, rural tourism somehow put us, or make us stand in a position where we are more connected to nature, and this kind of social media detoxification happen over there, if you agree with the same. Exactly. So that is a very wonderful point. Thank you for this concluding statement. I request now Principal Sada ma'am to please come forward and to present a token of appreciation from our end, team of IHM Bhubaneswar. Please put your hands together, everyone. Valid point and valid points cited by all the panelists and wonderfully moderated by Dr. Ishani Naskar. Once again, a big round of applause. Dr. Danish Iqbal Raina, Dr. Anshuman Chatterjee, Dr. Amitav De, Dr. Ishani Naskar. I would like to mention that our next set of speakers would be Mr. Pratik Hira, Founder, President and CEO, Torners, Dr. Madhuri Sawant, Director, Department of Tourism, Administrator, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Dr. Nishit Srivastava, Principal IHM Mumbai, Mr. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal IHM Pusa. I request all of you to, and all the dignitaries present over here, to please complete your lunch and to please be present by 3 o'clock. Thank you once again, panelists and our moderator, for this amazing panel discussion on alternative accommodation, the latest trend in rural tourism. So see you all latest by 3:10. Please make sure that you would be quickly finishing your lunch and would be here, because we have
some more thought-provoking sessions. Thank you so much.
So those who can kindly settle down. Students, kindly settle down. हॅलो 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 कुठला हल्ला क्लिअर असला हॅलो ଗୋଟେ ମିନିଟ୍ ଗୋଟେ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ 2 ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ହଁ ଗୋଟେ ମିନିଟ୍ ଦିଲେ 60 ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ଦିଲେ ମିନିଟ୍ ନାହିଁ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ କ୍ଲିଅର ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ଟେଷ୍ଟିଂ ହ୍ୟାଲୋ 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 hello check hello testing hello 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 ମୁଁ ଶୁଣେନି କ'ଣ ଜାଣିବି କହିଲୁ hello hello ପାଗ ଅପେକ୍ଷା ଟିକେ ଭଲ ରହିଲା
Check, check, check. Console. Everybody hand mic to the
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Check. Hello.
Check, check, check. Bass and volume, please. Console. Bass and volume. Thanks a lot. I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch. Moving ahead, and we will start the next session. I just need to know the presence of our esteemed speakers who would be gracing the dais. Mr. Pratik Hira. Thank you, sir. Dr. Madhuri Sawant. Okay, cool. Mr. Rishit Srivastava. Thank you. Mr. Kamal Khan Pan. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please pay attention. I request students don't indulge in gossiping as of now. We have started. I request students to please be seated. Please maintain the decorum because we have started post-lunch session. I will be inviting Mr. Pratik Hira, founder, president and CEO Turners. Topic is on packaging and promoting tours for promoting the rustic India. Before I would invite him, let me take you through his biodata. He is the founder, president and CEO of Turners Destination India Private Limited, a micro destination management and experiential tour company, co-founder and director, River Rhapsody, an exclusive river cruise, co-founder and director, Direct DMC, partner India and Frontiers, director, Wells Beacons, director, Banavasi Project, brand director, Gastrokes, general secretary, Turners Foundation. He is the founder, president and CEO of Turners, an experiential travel company that prides itself in being a micro-destination management company operating since 1994 and catering in specific geographic areas and offering knowledge-based products. His other venture, Indian Frontiers, is India-centric tour operator with special interest in British India tour from 1757 through 1947. Pratik has been awarded by ABP News and World Federation of Hospitality Professionals with its most coveted award, Most Influential Leaders in Travel Industry in 2019. Pratik Hira chairs FICCI's Tourism Committee, UP State Council and is a member of National Committee of Travel, Tourism and Hospitality. He is also the chairman of IATO, Indian Association of Tour Operators for the states Uttar Pradesh. Formerly, he also held the charges of Uttarakhand, Bihar and Jharkhand. Other professional membership apart from FICCI and IATO include PATA, ATOAI, RTSOI, INTAC and World Food Travel Association. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, Mr. Pratik Hira. Moving ahead, we have Dr. Madhuri Sawant. May I request, sir, please pay attention. This is for our college, our institution. We are celebrating a very special moment. Dr. Madhuri Sawant is the Director, Department of Tourism Administration, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, India, and the Chief Editor of Euro-Asia Tourism Studies Journal, France.
A postgraduate in tourism administration, she is the first UGC NET JRF and also first woman to be awarded PhD in tourism in the state of Maharashtra, India. Don't you feel so proud for such a fantastic woman achiever? The very first award in the state of Maharashtra in the field of tourism. Come on, everyone. She also holds PG diplomas in business management, German language and environmental studies. Currently, Dr. Sawant is working on the unique scientific heritage research project, Natural Aging, Investigation and Microanalysis of the Ajanta Cave Painting, sponsored by the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. She has over 50 publications, including 6 books and 44 referred journals, articles and book chapters to her credit, and has organized 8 international and 12 national seminars, conferences, workshops. She has delivered keynotes, valedictory address, chaired a number of technical sessions in national and international conferences, and is a prominent resource person for the training program for Government Tourism Officer. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving your time. We also have the presence of other 2 eminent panelists. I would like to take you through their profile. Mr. Nishit Srivastava, Principal IHM Mumbai. Please put your hands together. I believe the word IHM itself, triggers some kind of, adrenaline rush inside you. That's why it's such a good round of applause. Thank you so much. Dr. Nishit Srivastava, graduate from Lucknow University in Anthropology, Diploma in Hotel Management from IHM Lucknow, LLB from Lucknow University, Masters in Mass Communication from Kurukshetra University, PhD in Hospitality from Indira Gandhi National Open University. General Manager, Country Inn at various locations. General Manager, Triumph Hospitality, New Delhi. Principal, Banarasi Das Chandiwala. Okay. Banarasi Das Chandiwala, IHM and City, New Delhi. Director, FHRAI Institute and Deputy Secretary General, Federation of Hotel and Restaurant Associations of India, New Delhi. Executive Director, Aura Institutions, Director, Studies, National Council for Hotel Management Catering Technology, New Delhi. Principal, IHM Srinagar. Principal, IHM Kolkata. Presently, Principal, IHM Mumbai. So with a wide experience, more than 3 decades in hospitality industry and academic, Dr. Sir, you must be feeling so overwhelmed. Students are eager to hear you. Next we have Mr. Kamal Pant, Principal IHM Pusa. He will be giving his talk on startups and entrepreneurship key factor for alternative accommodations. Mr. Kamal Pant has been heading IHM Pusa, New Delhi for past 6 years as its principal and member secretary board of governors. He has over 3.5 decades long career as a practicing hotel manager for first 12 years of his career and remaining 24 years as the head of educational institution in tourism and hospitality management. He has 2 PG diplomas in the areas of human resource development from Singapore and of course tourism management, master's degree in education management. He holds the coveted titles of CHE, CHA, faculty of the Educational Institute of America Hotel and Lodging Association, and is also a qualified learning facilitator of the EHL, Switzerland, and the master trainer for certified learning facilitator of NCHMT. He is on the board of numerous institutions and board of studies of a number of universities and councils. He has keen interest in researching the traditional wisdom of ancient civilizations and propagating it for making the modern lives healthier through diet, activity and daily rituals. Very, very good. He is currently working on a project on popularizing millets as Nutri-Cells. Everyone, give a very good round of applause. We need energy and of course vibes. So, over to the dignitaries on their dais, Mr. Pratik Hira. And before that we have the small felicitation as a welcome note from the team of IHM. Please put your hands together, everyone. I would like to tell all of you that I have hosted numerous events so far in my long tenure as a professional MC. I have never seen such enthusiast, speakers. who have come to the dais before their introduction. That's why I have to go one after other continuously. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this love and the kind of energy I can see and feel. Thank you. Thank you. And I hand over the mic to our eminent panelists. We will start from Mr. Pratik Hira. Please, a big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you to the wonderful hostess for making us feel like a rock star when she invites us. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, students of IHM Bhubaneswar. Greetings and congratulations to the Principal Sharda Ghosh, faculty and the students of IHM Bhubaneswar, and of course the illustrious alumni for the glorious 50 years that it is celebrating now. I'm delighted and honored to be here at the IHM on the occasion of its Golden Jubilee. And it is such a pleasure to be among friends, and I was able to meet so many, Mr. Siddhikant Misra, I think after we went together to Bangkok, we met him, I met him today. Sheba, Hamid, Nimit Chaudhary, Danish, and of course a good friend Rishi Puri, who was here in the morning, and we were studying our undergraduate course we did together. So now he's posted here in the Mayfair Hotel. So I also am a dropout of an IHM, by the way. So that's my qualification. So after 5 days of study at IHM, I realized that hotel is too tough a place to be. So I joined something easier. I went in for my normal graduation degree, which is much, much easier, and then travel and tourism post-graduation, etc. Anyway, I always admire the hospitality industry for what it does and how it contributes to our economy, which is so very essential for the nation building. Till quite some time, hotel industry was seen as an industry by the privileged, of the privileged, and for the privileged. But that all has changed with the social tourism sweeping the entire world, and people, all classes, all kinds of people have started traveling, and they have the right to travel now. Accommodation sector today is much more than just the hotels and resorts, and similarly hotel management graduates find a wide range of openings in multiple sectors and ancillary sub-industries today, in contrast to what it used to be earlier. So this is a positive development, and the horizons are much bigger, much wider for the students of hotel management today than it ever were earlier. So domestic tourist movement within India in 2022 stood at an impressive 677.37 million, thereby creating a huge pool of market within the country itself. With a positive year-on-year increment after the period of lull that we have all seen due to COVID, as an industry player, I am highly optimistic about the future that lies ahead of us. But with the growing numbers, there's growing responsibility. It is not just that we have to live up to the expectations of the tourists, but also to provide alternative tourism venues to be able to keep the wanderlust alive within the market. In all this, it is relevant that the topic for this conference is related to sustainability rural tourism, alternative accommodation, perspectives and challenges. Not as an expert on the subject, but as a practitioner, I want to talk to you about how rural tourism can be one product that can leverage India's tourism potential portfolio. Rather than answer, I want to leave you with a few questions. So we all know that this is, it's not the change in the industry, but this is an evolution that is happening in the tourism industry. And all the industries, everything is evolving, and so is tourism. So things that have changed, of course, the definition of tourism I've given, so I'm not going in detail of the things, but the definition, even the definition of tourism has changed. So there was a time when we would study that people travel for leisure and pleasure, and the activity should not be remunerated, but that all has changed. People are not just traveling for leisure and pleasure, they are traveling for their professional assignments, business assignments, and the definition has changed and is accepted widely. So, of course, the younger lot may not have seen these kinds of ticket if they have traveled on the flight, or even, so they must not have even heard that these were the flight tickets of our generation. Or if you have seen the train tickets, if you have traveled on the train, they ever were such a tickets that were available, and then these were the kinds of passports that were issued. And I'm from that generation, so your institute celebrates its 50th year, and I celebrate my 50th year. So my first passport is actually this kind of a passport. So these are the words that are driving the industry today. Now, very closely related word, experiential and experimental. We have been hearing about experiential a lot, but experimental is also a word which we should ponder upon. Niche and thematic travel. It's just not travel for sightseeing, it's actually sight experiencing. So the definition of sightseeing tours have all changed. There is responsible travel. Now, responsible travel, for some it is responsibility, of course, should be. For some it is just an in thing. Because people are going in for responsible travel, so I should also be a responsible traveler, or I should also have practices. Especially in the hotels. Some hotels say that they are responsible, they are sustainable, and they practice all those things, but still you find many activities behind the closed door of that hotel which are definitely not sustainable, which are not conforming to the norms of sustainability. But that's okay. So this is how we learn, Now, this is experiential travel. The world is crazy about experiential travel, because now we are knowledge seekers. As I remember a delegate speaking to you and saying that students today know everything. So what's there to teach? When you go to a class, there was a time when we had to consult books, we had to go to the libraries, there was no internet, there were no phones, so that we had limited knowledge that was only given to us through books and through our teachers. But today there's a self-learning process where you are learning much more than what you learn in the classroom. So in a similar manner, if you're going to Taj Mahal, you don't need a guide to tell you that who built Taj Mahal, or why Taj Mahal was built, or what is the height of the dome or the minaret of the Taj Mahal. But it is more experiential guiding that he needs to do. He needs to bring the stories alive. People want to see. There is a talk that there's a slide which is talking about that about 65% of India lives in rural areas, and mind you, the rural the asset or the rural portfolio of India is one charming thing, not only for the international travelers, but also for the domestic travelers. For example, I have never lived in a village. So I have always lived in a city, in a large city. I don't know how to churn butter, for example. I don't know how the cows are milked, or how do you sow seeds or whatever, you know, how do you work in the fields. So this will be an experience for me to go and see that how these things, it's a learning experience. Now it is also called immersive travel. So where the focus is on experiencing knowledge. Knowledge is to be underlined when we are talking about an experiential travel. And experiences in India are not to be created. They are all around us. They only need to be identified and brought forth. So you just need to identify an experience, and in its same actual real form, you have to tell the tourists that this is what is happening. So I remember having a product which is in my company, which is called the laborer's cuisine. So where we were taking these tourists to the construction sites and showing them how laborers are making their food in a minimalist manner, without much use of utensils or proper utensils or anything that we use in our kitchens. How they work during the day, and in the evening they all get together, they contribute, and they buy their ration and whatever, and they start cooking food for themselves. The same thing they follow early in the morning. When I go for my morning walk, I see these laborers all around cooking their food. So this is an experience. I have not created it. I have only brought it in front of the tourist's eye, and it's selling quite well. Now, experimental and experiential. Experiential is from a distance, whereas experimental, I consider, is in indulgence. So someone who wants to see something from a distance, learn about something, know about something, and someone else wants to indulge into it, want to actually practice it. So I think that we should clearly differentiate between the two, experiential and the experimental form of travel. I'm sorry for running quickly because we are already behind schedule. Now, the industry post-COVID realized that we have to place all our eggs not in one basket, but we have to have many baskets for our eggs. Now, these are our products, these are our services. So, for example, my company was essentially, in fact, the 4 companies that I have were essentially into inbound travel, which is only talking about bringing in foreign tourists into India. But when everything is stopped, we reinvented, and we also started accepting domestic travelers. We also had something in terms of outbound travel. We also went into something for ticketing, or you know, so these were different things that we started, and mind you, the entire industry realized this. So then the rural tourism also comes into picture. So as you know, that 65% of India's population is still in rural areas. Now, those rural areas, don't expect rural areas to be poor, not to be being worthy of you to travel. The rural areas can be as rich as rural areas in Punjab if you can experience. Or rural areas in places, in my Uttar Pradesh, there is a place called Lakhimpur Kheri, which was abandoned by the farmers, but was taken over by some Sikhs who came from Pakistan after partition, and they turned it into one of the finest producers of sugar cane, which it is today. It's the place near Dudua National Park, if you heard about this tiger reserve. So, and they have made fabulous, luxurious jhalas, which they call. These are farmhouses. And one of the farmhouses is now being managed by the Taj Group of Hotels, which is called the Jagir Lodge in Dudhwa. That was actually a jhala. It was a farmhouse meant for the family of the sugarcane farmers. So, and similar examples you get in Haryana, you get in Punjab, and so many other places. So rural products, in any case, it excites us. Like someone was talking about Choki Dhani. You know, Choki Dhani was thronged not by foreigners, mind you, in Jaipur, but actually by the domestic travelers. We get excited about it. So there is, you have to understand the market and divide it between the domestic traveler who's urban, who doesn't know anything about it, and who is a knowledge seeker. He wants to experience. There's a generation who wants their children to know, children to learn about these things. Now, just a quick run through. There are two things I have mentioned here. What are the takeaways from the rural tourism? For the guests, it's society, a different culture altogether, tradition. It's still a traditional family, the beliefs, the lifestyle, everything is very different from the rural folks that you see, or the rural lifestyle that you live in the cities. There's gastronomy, huge emphasis is on gastronomy. So even the dishes, millets for example, they come mainly from the rural areas. We have not known them in the urban areas. So jitni bhi ye ragi ki roti and all those things is coming, they are coming from the rural areas. So there's a different kind of gastronomy, not only in terms of the food, but also in terms of drinks. When we are talking about gastronomy, we are only concentrating on our food, but there is a huge emphasis that we should give on even the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic beverages. Rajasthan has come up with heritage liquor. Madhya Pradesh has a policy now on Mahua. So everybody wants to taste that kind of liquor. But yesterday itself, I asked my hotel that do you serve some local liquor? So they said no, we've got Johnny Walker and we've got all kinds of things. So I was looking for something of that sort. So we need to pay attention on this, the local liquor in all forms. We've got some of the finest whiskies that are being brewed here, but they are not being respected by us. Some of the finest single malts are coming from India now, but we are not respecting it. We are not trying to offer it to our tourists. And then comes the sports and the games. So all these, for example, kabaddi. So it's a rural sport basically. And even the games, everything that comes from the rural area. So that is another thing. Agriculture, animal husbandry, knowledge, which is so very important. And then for the rural hosts, there's alternate economy that they can live on. There's enhanced lifestyle because you see something. Now, this is both good and bad, as Danish was telling that there are ill effects as well. I agree with him, completely agree with him. There are some ill effects to all this that's happening, as in case of tourism, the impacts are both negative and positive. But we have to very carefully, have that. Cultural exchange, lot of cultural exchange. It diminishes the rural and urban divide. Now, this is also important. Rural, the urbanized people or the people in urban areas look down upon their people coming from the rural areas. So that diminishes. Enhances self-respect and self-esteem within the rural community. Now, these are some products that can be a part of rural tourism, and as I said, I'm leaving you with more questions to ponder upon and more tasks to work on to decode this among the experts, the academicians that are there. Farm and agriculture, animal husbandry, gastronomy, rural lifestyle, fairs, festival and events. So these are some natural fairs that happen, natural festivals that are happening in the rural areas. The folk culture, as you have the Odissi dance, or we have a different set of folk dances throughout India, folk songs throughout India. Art and craft, all kind of art and craft actually are coming from the rural areas, be it the basket weaving or whatever that the jute, the things made of jute, the lovely bags that have been gifted to us are inspired by the rural areas who were kind of doing the jute stuff. Nature, birding and wildlife. So these are some of the products, and there could be many more that you can think of. So these are some of the challenges that I have tried to figure out in promoting rural tourism. Limited resources to scale business. Of course, they will have limited resources. There is no clear policy in terms of rural tourism. We have a robust policy though by the government of India, but it hasn't percolated well. And most of the states do have a policy, but it's very difficult for the rural community to get loans as we get for our large hotel projects or whatever. There is compromised. You have to be prepared for the compromised facilities and amenities, accessibility in the rural area. So still the rural India is cut off. I mean, you read the kind of news that comes in the newspaper, the first tap installed in the village, or the electricity after 75 years of independence, the village got its first wire of electricity or something of that sort. So these are very disheartening news that is still coming through the rural, from the rural areas. Acceptability of the changed environment. As people who have lived in cities, who have led a different kind of lifestyle, are we ready to accept the kind of lifestyle that we are going in for? So this is a question mark. Cultural and environmental impact, as Danish was very clear about the impacts that he's worried about. Dependence on tourism and fear of drifting from the main occupation. Now, tourism, we are treating it as an alternate occupation or an alternate source of income for the rural folks. But then that might be more lucrative than farming. That might be more lucrative than rearing animals. So there may be a chance that they drift for a better economy and they convert their entire farm into a stay or something, and then there's a and then unwilling industry to adapt. We as industry are responsible. The adaptability is missing. The adaptability to the new ideas. I mean, if you see the industry, the golden triangle in your Orissa state or the golden triangle of Delhi, Agra, Jaipur, sometimes looks like a mafia, a tourism mafia, which only wants to sell these, and they don't want to go to any other place. So this is a question mark. Now these are some modern festivals. Surajkund Mela, for instance. So this is I'm connected to the founder of the Surajkund Mela, who runs a rural tourism NGO basically. So this is inspired, all these melas are inspired by the rural areas. So these are the challenges in promoting. We've already dwelt upon this. Yeah. So this is these are the opportunities for us in the industry for rural tourism, which is market expansion. We can expand our markets. We can have a new product to sell. Add-on inclusion. You may be going from Bhubaneswar to Puri, and en route you can sort of divert to a village and show them something or make them experience. So it can be an add-on product as well. Revenue resource, it can be a great revenue resource. So there can be a cost for that, a little cost for that drifting that we are doing, or little cost for that add-on that we are doing. So in terms of business, it can be good for this thing. Niche tourism product in both categories, experiential and experimental. So we can specialize. There are companies that are specializing today in rural tourism product. So in Maharashtra has done really well. I would like to name Pandurang Tavade. If you get a chance, just look at his work, the kind of work they're putting, getting all the farmers together. And we've invited him for the Aurangabad summit also that we are about to have in the end of its Indian Association of Tour Operators convention. So we have a rural tourism session in that as well. Then low input cost, and these are natural products. You don't have to build up anything. These are all built products. You just have to bring it forward. Product for both international markets and the domestic markets. So these are some features that I have enumerated. Research-based knowledge, centric experience, authentic, unpretentious. Now, unpretentious is also important. So I differ with Sheba when she said that he wants his brown bread. So if you want your brown bread, you be in a city rather than go to for a village experience. So you have to educate the tourist that what are the things that he can get or what are the things he cannot get when he's opting for such tours. Maximum local community involvement, which is very, very, and there are successful examples also which are doing this, where they only involved local community. And sustainability and responsibility has to be in the core of this entire product. So that's all for me. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing, and thank you, Mrs. Ghosh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Dr. Madhuri Sawant, Director, Department of Tourism Administration, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. She would be giving a talk on research and innovation in rural tourism. Everyone, please, a big round of applause. Ma'am, you will prefer forward mic or
Yes. Good afternoon to all dignitaries. Sharda Ghosh, madam, we are so overwhelmed over here. I love Bhubaneswar already, and since yesterday we are having a warm welcome and all the students are taking care of us. So congratulations to you on the great success of the inauguration. I think she deserves a round of applause. Yeah. And of course, I can see my dear friends, Professor Nimit Chaudhary and Shiva Hamid madam. The Danish sir is there, I've been known. Pratik sir, and then Nitish sir, and sorry? But sir, okay, sorry sir, I was not, I think we have met for the first time. Anyways, the topic which I'm going to talk today is relating to the research and innovation in rural tourism. Now, most of the audience sitting over here are students, that too I think graduation students and post-graduation students. It is very important right now for all of you to understand and the importance of research in tourism. Not only in tourism, hospitality and all the other related fields in tourism. So, number one, when we are talking about research, it becomes, the lecture becomes so boring and students say, oh, kya karenge research ka? But let me tell you, dear students, you have a lot of job opportunities if you do proper research, if you are very versed in research. The job opportunities lies not only in India, being a professor, but also you have job opportunities in the institutions like of UN, that is United Nations World Tourism Organizations, UNESCO and many others. Okay? So first you have to understand the research aspect, and yes, with due respect, madam, it is very important because in new education policy research has been given a lot of importance. Not only that, but multidisciplinary research. It is very, very important. And I think rural tourism, when we talk about gastronomy, rural tourism and many other aspects which Pratik sir has mentioned, in his last slide, that all those are like multidisciplinary research areas. Today I'm going to focus on some of the research areas, but yes, let me first tell you where do we stand globally. When we talk about research, I'm not going to talk about tourism research, but rural tourism research today because the topic of this conference is rural tourism. Yes. So let us check out some of the areas. Now when we talk about the publications in rural tourism research, these are very, very few, but you can just see since 1996 to 2021, in 25 years, where we have gone. We are having 104 research papers now, and the top most productive countries. This is very important for all of us and very eye-opening that we are not in the scenario. Of course, we are doing research, major research projects by Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, I think Professor Nimit, and we have already collected data, I think then you were in IITT and we have done that projects as well. But here when it comes to the Scopus listed journals or the best papers, okay, India is nowhere, and as you can see, the countries like Spain and the US, in Asia only China, Turkey and Malaysia, they have ranked 5th, 7th and 8th. Okay, so they are doing very well. Why I am telling you the name of the countries? Because as I told you now, when we talk about research, we have become a global world. You just put a message on WhatsApp or LinkedIn, and you can do a co-authorship. And because of co-authorship, you can get citations. Maybe your university's name will be, in the list of major universities who are doing very good in research. So it is very important for you all to know at least some of the name of the universities who are doing well. Like here you can see the University of Aveiro in Portugal. They are doing very well in rural tourism research, and I don't remember the name of the professor, but the citations are quite high, 394. And again you can see like 4 times Portugal is repeated. So you all can just go and search some rural tourism activities in Portugal and many other countries, like Libya, Queensland is there, Algarve is there, then you have in Malaysia also. So my intention to tell you about these universities is only and only we are talking right now about research, okay? And we have to know where we stand, where our university stands, where our institution stands in the world. Now these are again, when we talk about tourism research, the subject categories. Most of the research, it is done in social sciences, 30%, 23% is business management, 20% is environmental science, and others are like 3, 4, 5%. Like the major ones you can see over here are only 3% in economics. So now here, these are again the top journals. Students, do you understand journals? What is a journal? What is the difference between a journal and a magazine? Are you all doing research projects in your, I'm saying your course? Minor projects, major projects, are you doing? Yes or no? Come on. You have had your food, right? So see, today I'm going to tell you some topics which are related to rural tourism and of course gastronomy. You all can take the topics and do small research. And whenever you're doing any kind of research, mind you, it is so important. जैसा हमारे, I will be talking in Hindi and English both, right, over here. हमारे university में our students, sir, I'm very happy to tell that in before 3 years, the ministry, they had approached us for developing a policy for Aurangabad tourism. So it was me, my students, and of course the faculty, other faculty members. 3 दिन हमने बैठ के पूरा उसका points लिखा, and we invited the policy makers. We went to the collector, we submitted it. सर आप मानोगे नहीं, students के policies जो है, points जो उन्होंने दिए थे, they had taken it in the policy. So that is a very, very huge achievement what I feel. And our students, job opportunities they get on the basis of their project. Small projects what they do, that is a very impressive part of their career. Then yes, of course, we are talking about the challenges and all these things. Pratik sir has, talked about the challenges, others are also talking. But here I am going to talk about the challenges, not about rural tourism, but rural tourism research. Okay. Now these challenges, number one, the topic which I would like to discuss upon is rural tourism economics. Since morning we are hearing about, how the locals can gain employment generation. Even Pratik sir just now he had touched on, there should be research on economics. We are talking about the economics. When we are talking about rural tourism, and it is served as a tourism product, and it ultimately augment local income. Okay, so we have seen so many examples since morning. कि नहीं होता है, उसके बाद हमने उसका impact assessment किया था. You know what the result was? The result was absolutely, I don't know, it was being calculated all over India. You must also be having some reports about it. But हमारे area में Khultabad और Sulibhajan, it was absolutely failure. Although they had poured so much money in developing infrastructure, training, this and that, ये वो सब करके भी हमने जो report उनको दिया था ministry को, completely it was failure. Number one, why? You know, we are talking about geographies, we are talking about rural areas. उन्होंने Khultabad region is a town, it is not a rural area. So it is very important कि हम यहाँ पे discuss करें कि rural tourism कहाँ होना चाहिए, where it should be, what are the attributes, right? If you are taking rural tourism in the town, then you will not be able to have this rural tourism development over there. The second project which I recently submitted before 4 months, that was potential for developing rural tourism in Marathwada region. This was under the Center for Potential for Excellence in rural areas. And we developed like areas where there is a potential, and then again we have given a lot of research gaps and research areas for the future researchers to come up. यहाँ पे हम लोग research, when we talk about research, it is very important for you all to understand research gap. Students, don't forget this, research gap is very important. How many students want to go in research? Just raise your hands. PhD एक को भी नहीं करना है? 1, 2. Okay, you all want to go in some institutes who are doing research? Yeah, good, good. See, it happens. There are not many students who want to go, but yes, of course. When we are talking about research, बहुत ज़रूरी बात है, आप छोटे-छोटे projects भी कर रहे हो, आपको research gap पता होना चाहिए. Research gap कब समझ में आता है? When you are doing a lot of review of literature and looking around, experiencing things. So first research gap which I would like to submit here in this international conference is the future research could focus on demand and forecasting. Of course, we are talking about economics. तो जैसा मैंने बोला कि हमारा impact assessment of rural tourism project in Khultabad and Sulibhajan was a failure. It was only and only because of not doing the forecasting, not studying the demand of that area. Okay, and this will definitely help in forecasting the different types of rural tourism market, and you can timely grasp the market trends for decision making. And the second one, again, geographical locations and types of rural tourism experiences. Since morning we are talking about experiences and what kind of, like sir rightly said, Pratik sir, that what is the difference between the experience and actually doing it, right? There is a lot of difference. So I give you another topic for your research projects or maybe for thinking over it, that is geographical locations. हम लोग geographical locations की बात करते हैं, तो all the locations are not having same cultural products, like intangible cultural products. हम लोग 50 किलोमीटर आगे भी चले गए तो the culture is changed, the intangible culture is changed. So here spatial production. There are theories of spatial production. You please write down in your books, whatever notes it is there. Spatial production theories are very, very important, and nowadays it is very important for us to focus on this. We are just talking about rural tourism में ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए. But there is a rural tourism destination. First we have to check what is there. Politically how much they are inclined, or maybe economically how much they are inclined. What is their mindset? Okay, what do they think about the rural tourism activities? It is very, very important. You can use some theories related to that. Next, third point which I am going to give you, a very important research gap. It is we call it about, we are always, you all know piece of marketing, students? You all can see on the screen, like it is product, price, place, promotion, people, processes, and everything. But today I would like to submit that please work on physical evidence. Physical evidence is the most neglected topic, not only in India, but I think abroad also will not find research papers on this. And yes, this, like I told you, the attributes, you can see in the picture, you know, in Maharashtra we have this evenings, bhajans and kirtans, tourists go over there, or it could be simply a rural area, or visiting a lady, you know, who is doing weaving, or you can go to a farm, or जो बीच में आपको photograph दिख रहा है, it is, you know, nothing, a very simple thing, going to a bhaji market, okay, and showing the tourist all the fruits and vegetables. Like since morning, since yesterday I have come over here and I'm seeing so many new vegetables which I have never eaten in my life, okay. So this is there, you know, tourists, they don't know about fruits and vegetables. So this also could be, you know, some attributes you have to search, and that could be very important for positioning. Now here, tourism literature overlooks measurement issues related to operationalization of emotion and rural tourism experience. When we are talking about rural tourism experience, it is very important now to study the emotions. I'll tell you, sir, Nimit sir, I have done a lot of, you know, literature review on this, and there is no single professor in India who is working on the emotions or experience. Not only rural tourism but other aspects also. So यहाँ पे हमारा जो है, I submit here that the topics should be conceptualization of emotion in rural tourism. Of course, we have to consider the segmentation. Now, tourism researchers tend to borrow emotion measures from psychology. You all know the subject psychology, है ना? Subject होता है ना psychology. उसमें से हम लोग directly theories लेके काम करते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, because tourism is different from other subjects. There needs to be a conceptualization, especially for the tourists who are coming to India. Okay, and proceed with caution. Whenever you know, you have to do content validity. Unless and until that, no need of going in front. Other things, you know, researchers should theorize and test the competing models. Now we are having a lot of models, research-based models, theories are there. हम लोग क्या करते हैं, वो theories उठाते हैं, हमारा research data collect करते हैं, उसमें डाल के बात खत्म कर देते हैं. And we are not getting good results. You know, when I got the projects from ministry, they are also giving, okay, use T test, use this test. नहीं होता है, it is not applicable, it is not valid, right? So here it is very important for everybody to do validation. And you know, when we are talking about experience, everybody is talking about experience today. So when a tourist goes to a particular place and he experiences something, now when research comes in him, research comes over there, हम लोग क्या करते हैं, what we do is we give him questionnaire, भर के खत्म. It is not like that. It shouldn't be like that. That is the reason why I suggest two types of research. That is day construction method or maybe experience sampling method, so that you know you can calculate the experiences continuously. Morning में, evening में नहीं भी हुआ, तो at least 2 to 3 days, or maybe wherever his setting is. This is very, very important. This is repeated assessment is very much needed. And of course, when we are talking about rural tourism, triangulation methods are there, which not only when we are here, I am talking about emotion, so verbal, non-verbal, and qualitative, quantitative, all these research measures must be there to capture the complexities of the emotional states. Or it is very important right now, because what the tourist thinks about India or what the tourist thinks about a rural place is very, very important for us to calculate. Many researchers, sir, they argue कि qualitative अच्छा नहीं है, quantitative अच्छा नहीं है. Personally, what I feel as a researcher, I think both are pretty good. You use constructive theories for doing qualitative research, and of course, when we do our quantitative research, you can use many, many other methods as well. Now, you are going, you know, the research activities or the research topics again are the skilled human resource for rural tourism. I'll go a bit quick. Then, this is a very, very important slide. I think Professor Shiva has already touched this, and Ishita ma'am, I cannot see her now, but she has also touched. Even I have heard some researchers speaking on it. It is very important, first of all, for you to understand intangible heritage. Students, you are trying to differentiate between tangible and intangible. When we are talking about rural tourism, I think 80% is intangible heritage, what they want to feel, what they feel over there. So here, woman-centric economy in promoting intangible heritage in rural tourism activities and developing an infrastructure which should be having a woman as the center point is very, very important. Very, very important. एक woman में ही रह के वो center में तो nothing are working on a project, sir, which is related to women who are 50 and 60 years old. And we are working for the women who can get employment opportunities through tourism, basically rural tourism. आप बोलोगे कि 50 साल और 60 साल के women क्या करेंगे rural? But they are, I think, the best attributes for rural tourism, and they can get employment. Like I told you, I was just saying, हमारे दादी भी पैसे कमा सकती है, so they were telling कैसा? I said storytelling में she can tell so many stories. Let the tourists come and listen to her stories, right? Because दादी हमारे घर पे बैठ के क्या करती थी, हमको story. Think about economy. Think about the woman-centric tourism. All this idea will click to your mind. Now again, these are some of the pictures of women over here. Then of course, use of technology is very important. These are also some of the research areas where the rural people are not well versed, so they can work on this. It could be building an app, or it could be anything like, easy ways of doing that. Then one more thing which I would like to tell you is about the film tourism. Students, you all know film tourism? जिंदगी ना मिलेगी दोबारा देखा है? Okay, after that movie Flash, 30%, I think sir it is 30 or 38% of the tourism increased over there, right? So हमारे पास भी एक movie आई थी Sarah, if anybody knows. It became a super hit and it was filmed in a rural area, rural city, okay? And the tourism increased like anything. People started getting job opportunities over there. And I think everybody is seeing Netflix. Emily in Paris, who has seen it? Raise your hand. Oh, good, everybody. Yeah? So Emily in Paris is a marketing manager, and you can see the pictures down over there. What they are doing, they are promoting their lavender farms in rural areas. You can see that theme parties, like I think somebody told about event management. Event management, why are we taking this hall? Go to a rural place and do it, right? To take a conference over there, right? So this is what is shown in this particular series. That is the reason why I thought of theme parties. So that whatever the attributes are there over there, then it could be, these are also the rural film tourism or teleserials or something. We need to do a lot of research on that. It could be placement of the rural areas in the films or in the teleserials and how it can be promoted. Okay. Now this, like you were telling about Mr. Taure. Okay? So this is a picture from an agri-tourism company over there. So this is a traditional experience of costumes, and this is Mr. Taure over here. Then again, one more important topic which I would like to discuss is volunteer tourism. You all know volunteer tourism? Volunteer tourism means voluntarily you are going to some place, you are paying for that tour, and you are going and working over there, maybe water harvesting, farming, whatever it is there. So this is also an important research topic. I think we can work upon. It could be like you can see the woman over there, tourists going to a village, and they are teaching soft skills to the woman over there, right? Or the men over there, water harvesting, farming, and all these things. Then next is textile tours or marriage tourism. This is again an important aspect of research which you can do. Like we are having Python over there, and this is Pythoni sari from Maharashtra. So again, the packages are being developed over there to highlight the rural areas over there. Then of course I was telling you about our Dadi, storytelling. And let me tell you students, sir, in Europe, many research projects are only on storytelling, okay? Even my daughter, she is prepared a synopsis on storytelling. She said, what is there in storytelling and how are you going to do your PhD in storytelling? But let me tell you, this is a research topic, not only for PhD, but also major research projects. You can just see the first line, storytelling has a potential to evoke emotion, and today's brand marketers, okay, are using it to bring forth a deeper and more meaningful brand customer attachment, okay, by having the audiences personally connect with the brand stories, okay. So here you can see a story. You go to a village, any house, you have a photograph, किसी का तो होता है black and white में. So a story is there behind that. Or this is you can see a lady, in between, Padma Shri Rani Kopre. She's got an award on conservation of seeds. तो उनका एक अलग stories है. Or maybe mythological stories are there. You take them to a farm and show them, tell them the mythological story. But yes, when we are talking about research, it is very important for you all to know the marketing, brand activities, or what we call it, brand soul, which is related to emotion. places. I went to a very beautiful place, Koyasan in Japan, where they just move around the jungles and rural areas, and that they tell it health tourism. So one of the PhD scholars from Japan is doing PhD with Dr. Rajesh, and we are working on how, on the same emotions, health, and just moving around the jungles, how can you improve your health activities. So this also can be done. We are having a lot of green areas around the rural areas, so health activities can be done. This is very important, creative economies. I think Dr. Danish had invited me for a lecture in University of Kashmir, your university, and there I think I had given this lecture on creative activities, and this is a very, very important topic, students. Nobody has touched it. Let me tell you before, see in India, right now Srinagar, I think in 2021 they have designated Srinagar as the creative city. It is a UNESCO project, UNESCO ka hai, for crafts and folk art. Amchi Mumbai, our own Mumbai, it is for films. Hyderabad is for gastronomy. Chennai is for creative city of music. Jaipur is for crafts and folk art, and Varanasi is for creative city of arts. Okay. Now here let me tell you in short, because there is no time. It is creative tourism is nothing but it is co-creation. Okay. If you all know music, so that the tourist can come to you, tourist and yourself can develop some new music, or you can teach him music. That is what is co-creation. Tailor-made hota hai, and it is very, very exciting. And it is also a huge area of research. Mumbai has been designated as a creative tourism activity, but there is no policy. What you call it, no research papers at all. So I think you can take this on the basis of rural tourism, and on the line of creative cities network. It is creative rural network can be development, where Indian rural intangible cultural heritage, where does it stand? You have a lot of scope in these areas as well. It is nothing but one of my PhD scholars from Thailand. We did creative tourism activities on food in Thailand. Okay, we met the minister over there, and we were just moving around. Oh, this is the last slide. Sorry, I took a long time. So this could be one of the topics. And of course, in the morning, one of the speakers were discussing about the sustainable tourism development, and he has already explained this particular slide. So this is myself experiencing a rural tourism in Obidos. We did nothing but developing some wines and that over there. So thank you so much. It was in a very hurry. If you all want to know something about it, you can just meet me while your breaks or maybe networking. So thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Let's welcome Mr. Nisit Srivastava, Principal IHM Mumbai. Topic, as I have already mentioned, India, a gold mine for unearthing opportunities for rural tourism. So you would be requiring this one or laptop?
It's fine. It's fine. So, good evening all the students. Before I start, I was told 10 minutes. I would like to finish in 5 minutes. क्योंकि लंच के बाद इतना लंबा लेक्चर सबको नींद आई गई होगी. Sorry, I'm just joking around. So, basically my topic is given rural tourism, a gold mine. Obviously, but we must remember when something comes out of the mine, how many processes has to cross. And if we are talking about rural, so first thing, the new trend is, I am just going back to thing. Before, if you remember the old movies, black and white era movies, in all the movies, people were coming from village to city to earn, to work. And now, if you see the OTT platform like Mirzapur. So, see, the people are going back to different city. So, it is always a transition. From rural area, people were coming because that time industrialization was happening and everybody was looking for a job because the agriculture product were not much in the market, not much incentives to the farmers. Now the situation, they are getting Kisan Yojana, this Yojana, so many funds are being given to it, but Now students are graduate, they don't want to work in field, so the situation is reverse. So that is what, why I am bringing this, क्योंकि जब मैं छोटा था मेरा बड़ा सपना था कि मैं गले में दिलीप कुमार जैसे ताबीज पहन के भैंस के ऊपर बैठ के गांव में घूमूंगा। वो तो हुआ ही नहीं, कई बार प्लान किया बट नेवर हैपेंड। दैट वाज एक्चुअली माय ड्रीम। क्यों कि आई वॉज स्टेइंग विथ माई ग्रैंड मदर इन द विलेज, और वहाँ पे हर छोटा छोटा बीज भी बोना होता था तो उसको समाहूत कहते थे, बाकायदा फंक्शन होता था, बैंड बाजा बजता था, दूल्हे जैसे सजा के ले जाते थे, बैल के ऊपर ऐसे हल पे पैर रख के चलाते थे। स्लोली ऑल दिस ट्रेडिशन हैज़ गॉन बिकॉज वी आर मच मोर इन academics, we are studying and we are forgetting our culture. So when we are talking about rural culture, when we are talking about village tourism, basically it is to create or recreate those culture and preserve the culture. And that is what for me, because in all of us we have hospitality. मैं हमेशा ये बात करता हूँ कि जब मैं हॉस्पिटलिटी की बात करता हूँ तो हम सब में हॉस्पिटलिटी है। क्यों कि अगर, और फिर होटल मैनेजमेंट के लिए तो खास बात है। मैं जब भी कोई बात होती है मैं हमेशा ये कहता हूँ कि तुम्हारे पैदा होने से मरने तक कहाँ पे हैं? हम हैं। बच्चा पैदा हुआ, मिठाई खिलानी है, हम हैं। बच्चे की बरही छठी हुई, मिठाई खिलानी है, दावत करनी है, हम हैं। तो हमारे लिए तो तुम्हारे पैदा होने से मरने तक, शादी हुई तब भी हम हैं, कहते हैं नौकरी लगी तब भी हम हैं। कोई भी सेलिब्रेशन ऐसा नहीं है जहाँ पे हमारी ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो हॉस्पिटलिटी तो हम सब के अंदर है, और अगर हमने इसको एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में सीखने के लिए यहाँ आए हैं तो हमें उसके इमोशंस को, उसके मर्म को ज़्यादा समझना होगा। दैट इज़ व्हाट। तो व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट रूरल टूरिज़्म जो है अभी यहाँ पे इन्फेंसी के स्टेप में है, इसलिए हम बहुत बड़े कि हमें ये भी करना चाहिए, वो भी करना चाहिए। बिकॉज आई हर्ड 2-3 विजिटर्स वे सेइंग कि वहाँ पे हम जब जाते हैं तो क्रेडिट कार्ड में पेमेंट नहीं होता। बट द थिंग इज़, जब हम गांव में जा रहे हैं तो हम ये सोच के जा रहे हैं कि हमें गांव की ज़िंदगी जीनी है। उस ज़िंदगी को 1-2 दिन के लिए मैं अपना, जब मैं आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 92-93, भीमताल में एक होटल, भीमताल है नैनीताल के पास, वहाँ पे एक होटल में बना रहा था कंट्री इनके नाम से। आई वॉज जनरल मैनेजर। तो पूरा उस समय नेशनल कॉर्बेट पार्क से जब मौसम बदलता था, जब गर्मी होती थी, ऑल द लॉयंस, टाइगर्स, दे यूज टू कम टू भीमताल। मैनी अ टाइम्स इट हैपेंस कि आई ओपन माई डोर एंड ही इज सिटिंग देयर। उसकी इतनी बदबू होती थी कि मुझे झट से दरवाज़ा बंद करके अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट करना पड़ा, बट दैट वाज इट। नाउ सो मैनी टूरिस्ट इन फ्लो in National Corbett Park that it is hardly you find any lion or tiger. It is only the people are just doing a DJ party in the night. So the sanctity of the wildlife was gone. That's where I fear nowadays, after COVID, a new trend is staycation. You book your Airbnb and going out of city for 2-3 days because you can work from home, so you can work from home, और घर में बैठे बैठे बोर हो गए हैं जी, चलो चाहिए चलना चाहिए। So that's how staycations are coming up. Staycation, those who are advertising their house away from the city, away from the maddening crowd, what is it? It is all about your positioning of your property, the village property, and that is your rural tourism. But when, as I said, it is in the infancy. It will take time, but in the future, it is the future, because we all are living in the city and we are very much stressed in day-to-day work, fast life, only thing. So we need not our body, our mind needs relaxation. And if our mind needs relaxation, we have to look at a place which is away from the city. It may be hill station, but nowadays hill station is so much crowded that we are going back. And it was a trend. If earlier movies, I used to see that people used to buy big houses, after retirement make a farmhouse and going to that. And slowly in India, the same trend is coming. So मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि रूरल टूरिज़्म फ्यूचर है, लेकिन आज की तरह जो होटल्स बनने हैं या होटल रूम बनना है वो नहीं। हमें उसका कल्चरल हेरिटेज को और उसके क्विजीन, कल्चर, इनको प्रिजर्व करके रखना है और फ्यूचर के लिए तैयार होना है। ये सब शुरुआत है, आगे बहुत अच्छा पोटेंशियल है और हमें इसको करते रहना। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. One more big round of applause, everyone. Students. Best prize, sir. Thank you, and now I am inviting Mr. Kamal Khan, Pan Principal, IHM Person. Come on, put your hands together, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys. As Ms. Sharda said this morning, Mr. Nishit Sarvastava has left very large shoes for me to fill. High expectations are there. I've been allowed 10 minutes. I would like to conclude my presentation in those 10 minutes. The topic that I have is about the entrepreneurship and startup in the area of rural tourism. Tourism, as we know, it is 7.5 trillion economy. 2019 statistics are available. We know post 2019, we have had the worst time in the history of tourism. But again, it is expected to grow to a 10 or 11 trillion economy in the next 5 to 6 years. And the share of tourism that India has, we are at about 247 billion US dollar, whole of tourism economy in India. But I would like to play or be loyal to what the government programs are. एक सरकारी नौकर के जैसे, एक नमक हलाल इंसान के जैसे, I would like to say that the projections which are there for tourism, we will be 5 trillion economy very shortly, and for the 100 year of Indian independence, the kind of projections which are there, the kind of targets which have been fixed, the target was to make this a 3 trillion economy, and then a response came from the Hotel Association and the industry that if not 3 trillion, at least 1 trillion US dollar economy we will make by the year 2047. I would like to share with you what key is there in alternative tourism for this thing to become a reality. Alternative tourism, as you know, the traditional tourism, the brick and mortar, the large format, you need hundreds of rooms, you need banquet halls and multiple restaurants. This is a very investment intensive kind of a industry, so to speak. And this is only in the realm of very large corporations. There are people who are lamenting that all these real estate players are coming into the tourism scenario, and these are the people, you know, who are building large hotels. Because when we are looking at that large format, when we are looking at very large ticket size properties, these are the only people who can make any contribution to that. But if we are not comfortable with this kind of a situation, if we do not want it to be something which is led by the very ultra wealthy people, then there is something which each one of us need to do and address the issue. What I feel is that the alternative tourism scenario which is there, it is not very big ticket size business, you know, to consider, and it is possible for people in the middle class also to foray into it and try their hands into it and make a very positive impact. I would like to share 3 examples. I come from a rural background. I was born in a small village in Uttarakhand. This is the institution where my formative years was. I owe everything little I have achieved, you know, in my life to this very institution. Thank you so much, you know, for giving me this opportunity to come back here and be part of this grand celebration. The second experience that I have is being a consumer of tourism products. Like I have got a family, the kids, they want to, I have got 2 boys, 27 and 20. They want to take 4 holidays in a year, and every time, you know, there is some experiential thing that they want. I will tell about a few experiences we have had in the last 2-3 years, and then I would tell you my experience of what all experimentation is happening. I was the grand jury member for the village tourism or alternative tourism properties in India. This was a competition done by the Times of India and Make My Trip. So grand jury member, the experiences I would tell about how from my background, the village in Uttarakhand, now people post-COVID, a new realization has happened and people want to experience everything because nobody is too sure about what would happen. This is one lesson which COVID has taught each one of us. And I see people who actually had cut themselves off from their rural roots. They are coming back there, and then the ancestral houses that these people had, they are in very bad state. And now some people have found an opportunity there, and they have developed homestay kind of accommodations with some price tag, put on that. And this is a win-win situation. People don't have to spend refurbishing their houses or doing their own dilapidated condition houses. And this is working very, very well. Now, there are people I come across, young kids, they say they wish to come back to their ancestral houses and get married in those places. And the ecosystem is getting ready. Second example, I would tell you 3 holidays we have taken with my family. One was in Barod, one was in Dalhousie, and the other was in this Mao Nengyong, Meghalaya, very close to Doki River, Bangladesh border. And I would recall the last one was in Meghalaya, and homestay. I stayed in a hotel in Shillong, but when we went to this place, a homestay we were staying in, and the kind of experience I have had more than myself, my young son who was 19 when he went there, he has made friends with the person who was running this homestay, and Mr. Lim Frong is his name, and the kind of humor and the glimpse into the local life that he has given, the culture, he has become, I have only spoken with this gentleman once or twice, but my son speaks with him on regular basis, and he has already been there once in the last 6 months along with his friends. And this is the kind of experiences, the younger generation is craving. And the third thing that I would tell you, the experience of judging so many entries which were there for alternative accommodations. There were so many AMA properties, AMA stays run by Taj Group of Hotels, but only one of them could make it to the finals, and rest of them were from the pure kind of people. I don't think I would not go in for something which is curated. Let me not take the names what is there in Jaipur and other places, but these are curated experiences. Village, this is an artificial village. This is not the real village which is presented to you. It remembers, gives me the example of this Bond movie, Octopussy, which was there. So out of Udaipur, you land in Jaipur, and then the auto rickshaw takes off and it lands in Varanasi. So people think, all these places are connected with one another. But people want the real experiences and the kind of properties which have been created by people in length and breadth of this country. People have made houses in the trees, people have made houses out of containers, people have made houses of the large pipes which are there. And this is where the last word that I would like to share with you is, many of these experiences are being created by people who have been soldiers and they have got retired, and this is something they are trying their hands at. There are some things which are curated by people who were engineers. They have got some enlightenment, and now they want to create these kind of experiences. But unfortunately, I have not come across people who have studied hospitality to curate experiences like that. I think my appeal, my request, my message to the young students who are here, and many more probably, who are connected through the internet today, my students back in Delhi also, you must take the lead and create these kind of experiences, low ticket properties, and put your head and heart into it and give a wonderful experience. Make your country proud, your institutions proud, and realize the dream of India becoming one of the happening tourism destinations anywhere in the world. Thank you very much. I hope I have done justice to the time allotted.
Now may I request Shada Ghosh ma'am, Principal IHM Bhubaneswar, to please come and felicitate our set of guests present over here as the technical round speaker. Please put your hands together, everyone. We have just witnessed the plenary session by Mr. Pratik Hira, Dr. Madhuri Sawant, Mr. Nishit Srivastava, Mr. Kamal Kant. IHM faculties, IHM principals, they know the love of the students. So I can still see those uttarias you are wearing. Thank you so much for the love and acceptance. Oh, lovely. Thank you students, thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will move for the next session. It would be the last one for today, and it would be on technical topic or technical aspects, you can say. But before that, I request all our dignitaries to please be seated below the dais. This technical session will be chaired by Dr. Milind. Principal College of Management and Technology, Durgapur, Principal School of Tourism and Hotel Management, Durgapur and Kolkata. Dr. Milind is a professional higher education academician. But before that, I will seek just 5 minutes from all of you. Granted? Say yes? Please. We have, as I have mentioned from the beginning, that in the felicitation kit we had given tea packet. The brand name is Sipa, and the founder is here, Mr. Swagat. And but before that, in National Food Festival, the local food of Odisha, which won the best local food award, is best local food of Odisha is Jor se, be proud. Dahi Vada, and from Dahi Vada Express we have Mr. Saurav Khandelwal. I request Mr. Saurav Khandelwal to please come. So may I help? Mr. Saurav Khandelwal, please come. A big round of applause. I request you to confine your speech in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
As a startup founder, we are always ready with elevator pitch. In fact, I can conclude it in 20 seconds, but also I'll utilize 2 minutes. So definitely, when we are talking about tourism and all, so the Human Express really started with this tourism, because I was working with US Embassy, US government as a director of entrepreneurship and innovation mission trade, and then I started traveling a lot. So they used to make me travel to entire India. So whenever and wherever I went, I was running with huge prices of eating something which will be quite healthy and easy to pick up, right? And being a person from Odisha, I was hunting dahi vada. Then it was really not available. In fact, I there are more than 5,41,000 brands. First was chain restaurant like MJ Chai Wala, Chai Chitta Bar and all. So there are 5 lakhs brand like those. And they all are quite focused. Tea is obviously king, right? So you can find out a lot of brands which are selling tea. But when it's come to samosa, paratha, pizza, also there are more than lakhs of lakhs brand. But when it's come to bara, bara is widely famous. Everywhere it is famous. Not only about dahi bara aloo in Odisha, but dahi bhalla in north side. And we can talk about kanji bara also in Rajasthan side. Plain dahi bara, sambar bara, steam bara. There are 67 types of bara, which is available in entire India. And when I found it, I was surprised that no one is tapped it. I mean, no one ever promoted bara as a brand. Then Dahi Bara Express comes in picture, and then I was having dinner with a couple of Odia people in Dubai, and then one of Odia guy he told that sort of, if you are willing to do something with bara, so I'll fund you. And you won't believe in that particular dinner table, I got my pre-seed fund before starting the company in valuation of 6 crore. So we got funded there in Dubai. Then I came back to India, I resigned from my job, and then I started Dahi Bara Express. And yes, it is very popular now. Yesterday only we signed an MOU with Istana Food. So yeah, Dahi Bara Express is going to be available in pan India.
Wow, break news. Come on, everyone.
We are opening 41 stores in Dubai. So we will tie up with our store there in Dubai as well. We have a lot of inquiries from US, UK. So we are going there as well. So whenever next time you are traveling like me in other state and other countries, so you will have dahi bara aloo, a lot of types of bara, different types of bara in your breakfast, lunch, dinner, or everywhere. So I'm really looking forward to meet to people or students, so we can talk about more about innovation, and if you can contribute in this journey, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
So it's very clear that you are not facilitated by foreign foods, or you can say relishes, quick relishes in fact. So thank you so much for being so grounded and doing your best to uplift the culture and of course traditional food of Odisha. Yes, tea break, tea. Come on everyone, give a round of applause. Already I have given you the hint. I'm talking about sip of tea. Let's have a talk with Mr. Swagat. Hello Swagaji. Hi. Ma'am, may I request you to please do the honor. So what is the USP of USP tea? Let's make it a quick question.
Whatever we have achieved with all of their support, and they have supported us in various ways. So in entire SIPA team, I can take probably the faculties, even including the principal and the students. Can I have a cheer to all up with SIPA? Say yes. Only this much student is available today. So these all are the pillars of SIPA where we have started a year back probably, from videography to instructions for our company, for our blends, for our suggestions, whatever we got it from IHM. Now talking about the tourism segment, what we was just discussing before the panel. If you will say like the traditional tourism and probably the rural tourism, whatever is boosting and getting a boost right now, if you will see whatever a blend of tea, blend of tisane, or the product we have, that has having no artificial flavor, color, or any sort of essence. Rather, you will find the natural thing, the natural turmeric, the natural green tea, the natural peppermint, all these ingredients which is all being used traditionally with our culture in various forums and in various states with different blends for different diseases.
Okay.
So all of our product is being targeted towards the well-being of human being.
Lovely. So you can enjoy the sip of tea and simultaneously you can heal yourself. That's right.
Yeah. Along with tea, we are the first brand of Odisha to introduce kombucha in Odisha. So this is a sort of drink where the tea, a fermented tea drink, is being available in the market as a very new healthy concept in the market. And if you see, like before it, very few numbers of segment was there. एक time था जब लोग सोडा पीते थे, right? That was the 90s kid will understand. And then when this 2000 kid came into the market, वो लोग basically देखा जाए तो branded सोडा पीने लगे थे, जैसे कि थम्स अप हो गया, पेप्सी हो गया.
Carbonated water. Carbonated water.
Exactly. So carbonated में आ गए थे. Then एक segment आया जहाँ पे real juice आया, Tropicana आया, थोड़ा सा health segment वो एक pocket है जहाँ पे cater करते हैं वो लोग. Then एक बहुत premium segment आया था market में, that is the mocktail thing. अभी अगर देखा जाए mocktail was primarily served with the highly skilled professional hoteliers, जो कि अभी अगर देखा जाए तो road side में भी मिलता है. And probably within within just $100 you can enjoy your mocktail. Even if some of the if you see some of our in our home also we can make mocktails. We can just buy the syrup and get in the mocktails. Now we are also introducing tea mocktails, where all the ingredients, all the substance you have in your glass, that is all natural, including some sort of food or something, and you will be having this health benefit for your kid, for you, and for your entire family. So I believe this will bring a change. This is a startup, truly we are a startup with all your support, and I believe that this will bring a change in the nation, pan-India basis, whatever we thought of, we planned of together with the faculties, with the student, with principal, all our mentors who are giving support us time to time. And with this thing, I would like to conclude my thing. If you have any question, I will.
All my questions have been answered in your speech. Thank you so much. Wishing all the very best. So you can enjoy dahi vada as well as how many flavors of sip up tea? I just forgot to ask Swagat. How many flavors are introduced yet?
We have 3 blend of tea,
Okay.
3 blend of kisane,
3 blend of tea and
we have 3 blend of tea, green tea.
okay, green tea. Green tea again 3 flavor.
It's not flavor, it's blend. We are the
Blend.
word,
Okay,
word we
okay.
are using
The
that is
technical word.
Blend,
Okay.
because most of the indication with the flavor it goes to like some artificial sort of thing being added or something like that. So we are using the word blend.
Blend.
So 3 blend of green tea, 3 blend of tisane. Tisane is the tea having no tea leaf.
Oh, okay.
So it is a caffeine free tea, you can say. So it is good, beneficial for health, and sometimes it might be beneficial for your throat. You are in anchoring profession. So if you are having some sort of throat infection, you can try our spicy segments.
Good one.
So that is what, and we have 6 blend of kombucha. And again, kombucha, we don't have any sort of artificial flavor, artificial, syrup or sugar.
Nothing.
Or we have stevia instead of sugar. Okay.
Good.
So you can try it definitely and support us. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Swagat. Moving ahead, let's start the technical session, who will be chaired by Dr. Milind. Dr. Milind is a professional higher education academician and leader who leads strategy in quality and excellence across global undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral level higher education. An accomplished educator, PhD qualified and recognized leader in higher education strategy, learning and teaching, Milind is highly experienced in traditional higher education leadership, quality assurance and strategic direction of higher education in India and United Kingdom education system. His accolades in leadership and teaching and learning leadership excellence includes Senior Fellowship of the Higher Education and Varied Industry and Academic. His leadership evidenced through several keynotes, board members on different education bodies, as well as development of and leading programs and courses at international and world-renowned institutions. Dr. Milind has contributed in senior leadership roles as a professor and dean, School of Business, Sushant University, Gurugram, Head of Department of Management Studies at IHM Aurangabad, Tata, and Taj Hotels, Resorts and Places International Education Organization, University of Huddersfield, UK, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and other reputed organizations. Give a huge round of applause. He is already there. We welcome you. Shada ma'am. Thank you. So let me invite the very first presenter. I request all the presenters in this technical session to please focus on findings and conclusions only. Yeah, Mr. Sambit Suman. हाँ, Sambit Suman is ready, no?
Ma'am,
So she's not here.
ma'am, Ms. Nilanjana Das will be present this paper.
Yes,
in
I know,
place.
Okay. Ms. Nilanjana Das, Assistant Lecturer, Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar. Paper on understanding the role of rural population in the growth and development of rural tourism in Odisha. I request Nilanjana to please confine the speech in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone present over here. Today I'm going to present a paper on understanding the role of rural population in the growth of rural development in Odisha. Basically this paper is presented made by me, Nilanjana Das, Assistant Lecturer at IHM Bhubaneswar, as well as my co-faculty, Mr. Sambit Suman, Senior Lecturer at IHM Bhubaneswar. Starting with the paper, it's about the social entrepreneurship is a new concept that has developed and it's a developing concept these days. So social entrepreneurship, let me just focus on what is social entrepreneurship in short. It is actually finding out innovative measures, innovative techniques and sustainable business ideas so as to improve the economic and the social conditions of the society as a whole. So objective of the research paper is to find out what are the factors that affect or what are the factors that motivate the students in undertaking rural tourism in, what are the factors affecting the rural population, what are the factors that motivate the rural population in undertaking the rural tourism or in getting involved in the concept of the rural tourism. Also to investigate the socio-economic impact of the rural tourism. The rural tourism, since many of the delegates have spoken about the rural tourism, so I am not going to focus more on the rural tourism concept. So another objective of this project is to analyze the role of the culture, traditions, heritage of the country, heritage of the rural population, and how it is affecting the total rural tourism especially in the state of Odisha. The hypothesis, if there are two types of hypotheses that has been created, three hypotheses that has been created. Hypothesis number 1, which is to find out the rural population as a positive contribution towards the growth of rural tourism. Hypothesis number 2 is to find out whether the rural tourism has a positive impact on the source of the living of the community. And hypothesis number 3 indicates that the rural lifestyle, culture, art has a positive contribution towards the growth of tourism. So the quantitative research has been conducted with a population size, with a sample size of 160, and it has been found out that through the statistical data that a subsequent amount of the respondents are the male. Almost 56, 57% of the respondents are the male. And more or less the respondents at the age of above 25 and the above have responded in it and also participate in the concept in the rural business and the activities of the rural tourism. So from the data, it has been the data that has been collected from those who were actually involved in the rural business, in the tourism business in the rural community. It has been found out that the main sources of livelihood of the people staying in the rural community is the farming. They are involved in the agriculture. Apart from, in absence of farming, in the days when the farming doesn't help them, so in those days, they are focused on, or they are also focusing on the rural tourism as a side business. It has been also found out that they have actively participating almost 61% of the population is participating in the rural tourism activities in the, to encourage the tourists to come more to the rural areas, to experience a live culture, to experience the heritage and the traditions of the rural.
Excuse me, I would request just you go through your findings, please.
Sure, sir. So I'm just getting on.
Just come with the statistical data.
All right, all right. So as from the hypothesis, as from the data collected, it has been found out that all the three hypotheses, hypothesis 1, 2, and the 3 stands truth, and the population, the rural population is contributing towards the growth of the rural tourism, and as a positive contribution, they have got positive contribution towards the growth of rural tourism. And it has been also found out that their culture, the rural ambience, the lifestyle, the heritage, the traditions they carry, that creates an impact in creating and flourishing the rural tourism as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, sir.
Just I have one or three suggestions to you as a researcher, as you are a budding researcher, you start with that. Whenever you start the research, first of all, you should talk to some of the organizations who are already working in that area. Whether this is doable or whether it's not doable, right? Research is like a gold mine for the academics and for the industry, okay? So your data sample size 160 is good, but there should be some consideration for that, rational for that. And whatever research you have done, and after that whatever finding you have taken out from that, okay, you must talk to some of the practitioners who are doing this research, who are doing this. Then only it will be to the next level. So whenever we conduct research, first of all, we should talk to the industry first, if there are some people who are practicing it. Then you will do the research, and there should be some good statistical tool. So as a budding researcher, this is the first time I must congratulate you that you have started something great. And you have to do long way, you have to do some different kind of research and use some kind of good statistical tools that will give you a validity, and that validity will become a kind of practice for the industry. Thank you so much. Any question from the audience, if you want to ask? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Be here.
Thank you so much. May I now request Sharda ma'am to please do the honor presenting a certificate of participation to Ms. Nilanjana Das on understanding the role of rural population in the growth and development of rural tourism in Odisha. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, we'll be inviting now Shreya Prasad, research scholar, City University, Ludhiana. He will be presenting paper on exploring the role of online reputation management in shaping. Ms. Shreya Prasad, exploring the role of online reputation management in shaping consumer decision-making in the hospitality industry, a study on the influence of online reviews on hotel bookings. Over to you, Ms. Shreya. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thanks. It will be kind of cordless, or this is fine? Okay, yes, you can keep it here.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, panel members, respected principal ma'am, and all the dignitaries and my dear students present here.
So the topic for my research is the role of online reputation management in shaping the consumer decision making process. The paper has been written by me and my co-author Mr. Shantanu Jain, who is an assistant lecturer in IHM Hyderabad. And why I chose this topic is because we are living in an online world, and now the impact of online customer feedback and the reviews are way more important than what is actually there. So the intent was to see how much of an influence or how much of an impact it is actually making. So the background of the study is that we try to find out all the data before before actually selecting a place, before actually selecting a destination, and that is how it is relevant to rural tourism as well. And so these were the keywords that was in my paper, and I've done many literature review regarding this. So these are the data that I've found out. So ORM, or online reputation management, manages the online reputation of the hotel in the online sphere through social media marketing, through websites and various other fields. So according to a study by TripAdvisor, it was found out that 95% of the customers actually look for the online data before selecting a destination. And reviews can be divided into these 6 categories: positive, negative, neutral, verified, unverified, and fake. And guest decision making process, the first step is to identify problem, and then we actually search the information. So here it is very important to manage your online reputation in terms of getting your hotel a good business and in terms of getting repeat business as well. Okay, so this was a exploratory based research. So this was an exploratory based research where I've made a Google questionnaire and I've forwarded it to various guests, and I've chosen 200 was my sample size, and 179 sample respondents were there. Primary data was structured through a questionnaire through Google Forms, and the secondary data was website from like Google Scholars and other sources. So the objectives of my paper was to examine the influence of ORM on customer decision making, to evaluate the online reviews of impact of online reviews on hotel reservations, as well as to understand the customer perception and decision making process. So the analysis, I have compiled everything in one single slide. So these were the demographics, the factor affecting the reviews. The most popular one was the reviewer profile. So we tend to see at the profile, we tend to ignore the fake reviews and focus more on the originality of the review, the depth of the review, how much words we are writing. And the 64.8% people actually trust the online reviews before booking any property. 76.5% felt that it is very important, and 63.1% people actually left online reviews after their stay. So these are the things where we can improve upon. So we should try to respond to the reviews, as well as we should try to reprimand, or we should try to answer if anything is going wrong or we are getting a negative review as well. 26.5%, 26.8% actually felt that we should improve upon the quality. And guest factors that are affecting the guest decision making, firstly is price, and secondly is location. So the conclusion was that online reviews strongly influence the customer decision making, and here are the recommendations. We need to actively engage in our online sphere. We need to enhance, or for enhancing our guest hotel image, we need to be more in the online sphere, and continuously monitor and analyze online reputation. Focus on quality improvement, as well as consider incentive for positive reviews. So we can give some coupons, some vouchers, something like that, to incentivize more and more positive reviews on our platform. Utilize social media strategically. So there are many AI software, AI tools that we can use in order to better handle our online reputation. And these were the references used. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your research. There are a couple of suggestions from my side, as you are also a budding researcher. Whenever you conduct any research, before that you must do a proper literature review.
Yes, sir.
So literature review is a pathway which provides you how much work has been done, what next is there, and what scope is available to go for a further research.
Yes, sir.
Right? So whatever you have concluded in your research, it is very obvious that the entire population knows here that online has an impact online survey, online research before we go for any bookings and all that. So what will happen? Right? So on one soldier, you should know what is going to happen and so what will happen, because you are a researcher and researcher job is a passive job, right?
Yes.
So you can suggest to the market that what is going to happen, but before that, literature review is a very, very critical part for that.
Yes, sir.
All the best for the future research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Shreya Prashad. I request Shada ma'am to present a certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shada ma'am. Thank you, Shreya. Moving ahead, we would be inviting once again Ms. Nilanjana Das, Assistant Lecturer, Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar. She would be presenting the findings and conclusion on understanding social entrepreneurial intentions among hotel management students in Indian colleges.
Good afternoon once again. My second topic is about understanding social entrepreneurial intentions among the hotel management students in the Indian colleges. So I will straight away jump into the objectives of my research. So the objective of the research is to find out the level of the awareness of the people, of the students mostly, about the concept of the social entrepreneur. The second objective is to find out what are the factors, to investigate the factors affecting or motivating the students to undertake the concept of social entrepreneurship. It is also used to, third objective is to also find out the relevant, the challenges, the barriers and the challenges affecting the concept of the social entrepreneurship and affecting the entire the challenges that are faced by the entrepreneurs in undertaking the concept of the entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship. Speaking about the hypothesis of the research project, so there are 5 hypotheses that has been drawn, that has been found out. Hypothesis number 1 says the demographic profile of the respondents have a significantly positive role towards the impact of the entrepreneurial intentions of the students. Hypothesis number 2 involves a need of achievement. The need of achievements has a significant positive impact on the entrepreneurial internships of the students, or the hotel management students. Hypothesis number 3 says the locus of the control has a significantly positive impact on the entrepreneurial intentions of the students of the hotel management. Hypothesis number 4 says the self-efficacy has a significantly positive role towards adapting the intention towards entrepreneurship. Hypothesis number 5 says instrumental readiness has significantly positive impact on the entrepreneurial intentions of the students. Several research work has been conducted on the concept of the social entrepreneurship. Several research work has been conducted by the different researchers on the self-efficacy and how this helps in enabling the...
You can quickly go to your findings.
Sure.
And the recommendation if you have.
Definitely, sir. So the data says, as per the data says that out of the 135 respondents that we have, 66.9% are the male and 33.1% of the respondents are the female, and 69.9% of the respondents belong to the eastern side of the country, that is from the Orissa, West Bengal. As per the statistical data says, a correlation has been drawn to compare the relationship between the dependent variables and the independent variables. And it has been found out from the data, it has been found out from the multiple regression analysis. It has been found out that hypothesis, starting from the hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 5, all these hypotheses holds true. That means this indicates that all the factors affecting, all the factors motivating the concept of motivating the students to encourage or to adopt social entrepreneurship holds true. So basically, to conclude, social entrepreneurship is a growing concept, and the students are more interested to undertake the concept of the social entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
One or two small suggestions. Very good area that you have taken with your research scholar. Number 2, the area is very good. some of the things like objective, you have to little frame it again. And because this is a more of a area of behavioral aspect, something like that. So you can construct two things. This can take, you can take it for the PhD research also. One is theoretical concept framework and the conceptual framework. If you can do it, it will have a good result. Okay, so you can try for that. And if you need any support for that, I can help you. How to formulate theoretical and conceptual framework. This area is very, very good area and very good work that you are doing it.
Nilanjana, there is a certificate of appreciation for this particular paper presentation of specially findings and conclusion. And what a brilliant suggestion by our chair, Dr. Milind. A huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Moving ahead, I will be inviting last presenter of this technical session, Day 1, Abhinash Das, librarian, Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar. He would be presenting his conclusions and finding on microblogging, a trailblazer in vocal for local in food and tourism industry. Give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you. I request our team to please expedite. Welcome, sir. This is fine or cordless?
Respected Chair, Honorable Principal of IHM Bhubaneswar, who provide this opportunity, dignitaries and all the scholars and faculties. There is a quote in Sanskrit, Mahajana Jana Gatasya Pantha. That means the path which our great forefathers given us. So as a multi-diversified researcher, it's a very safe way that no one able to critique, because I am studied psychology, I am by profession librarian, and last couple of years I am writing more than 7 or 8 papers on the tourism and food industry, and all the papers are in academia, Google Scholar and Scopus also. So this paper about effects of microblogging on local for vocal and food tourism, which is a very new and innovative, not a new and innovative topic. Already it's there are several research already done on this topic. Microblogging is a platform everyone know. I think there are lots of young people are there, young students are there. Instagram is very much popular, I found last time. But blogging and microblogging, long content, small content. And small contents is just like either click or kick. You have only 30 seconds to take the attention, otherwise content will be rejected. So microblogging is the art of sharing this type of small messages effective way and with an enriched manner. So in this study, there are a few key points are there, like real-time engagement, global reach, visual storytelling, user-generated content, or influence of the micro-influencer, hashtag and geotag, and virtual tours and testings. Vocal for local is a very common things. In this context, awareness of marketing, local cuisine and promotions, cultural experience, homestay and community-based tourism, sustainable practices, tourism circuits, digital platforms, government supports, monitoring, evaluation. These are the few. You can just yes, sir.
Findings.
Just 5 minutes. So generally, microblogging is these 3 types. I am not go in detail. So basis of media type, basis of a source device, basis of subject specification, these are the objective of my study, to analyze the YouTube microblogging, various food and tourism related patterns, published microblogging, videos, footfalls impact study, and examine the blogging wise distribution. So in 2021, I am doing this study for scanning. This is a small addressing challenges like transparency, modernization, education crisis, and the picture you all know, that is a very controversial things during few days later, although this is solved. And methodology is in this study, I scanned more than 27 microblogging sites, specifically in the Facebook Watch and from the Twitter small videos and Instagram small videos. So these are the categorization of this study. There are the food-related few, microblogging, few are the tourist destination related, few are the local food basis, and few are the related travel basis. So these are the, there are total 27 microblogging sites I am scanned and finding this type of data and calculating like Delhi Food Works, Bheji Paji, Amchi Mumbai, and these are the different hits, like hits, and they are footfalls of the user by content of use and their subscriber rating. And total, these are the findings where I found Dell Philip is with the highest content, with the highest impact factor, and in also these are the findings where I find 99% for the food, tourism, and destination related, and local food and tourism, that is 11%, and there are a few impact on this study. Lastly, लाख दलदल पाँव जमाए रखिए, हाथ खाली से ही उठाए रखिए, कौन कहता है भाई छलनी में पानी रोक नहीं सकता, बर्फ बनने तक धीरज अपनाए रखिए. Thank you so much for patientful listening. Thank you, sir.
Check.
So, as you are a student of psychology and when you are working on online platform and online data, what you can do, there is some kind of behavioral aspect that you can add with that. This will give you a different kind of result out of that. When you say visual effect is a major parameter for your research, so you can also use some kind of framework for the behavioral aspect.
Yes.
This will give you a different dimension of your research.
Behavioral studies on this topic.
Exactly. Rest everything is fine. You can. This is a very new area that you have taken for research.
Thank you so much.
But it will help you a lot. So add that part into your research.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Presenting you a certificate of appreciation, Abhinash Das. Sir, I would like to request you to please say a few words.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sarda Ma'am, all the respected faculty members, all my dear students. More than 20 of my batchmates, they are here today, as I'm also an alumnus of this prestigious college, IHM Bhubaneswar, and enjoying the alma mater of 50 years. Wonderful time for me. My dear students, I would only request you, research is a walk of life. You must continue research. Research is not only like that you have to go from a book and book and book. You should know the grammar of research. And when you'll do that, later on it will help you in life. Thank you so much. I am here for another 3 days. We will connect. I am requesting all my students, those who want to discuss with me in academics, please, you are most welcome. Thank you so much.
There is also a small token of appreciation from the entire team of IHM Bhubaneswar. I request Principal Sarda Ma'am to do the honor with a huge round of applause, everyone. What a keen observer he is as a chair, and minute observations and scope of improvement rightly mentioned post each presentation of specifically findings and conclusion. Thank you. Now I request Sharda Ma'am to present her thank you note.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We come to the end of day 1 session. We look forward to have you all again in this room tomorrow at sharp 10 a.m. We look forward to many more such presentations. And Dahi Vada Aloo Dum is there for you all. Please go ahead for your tea. Thank you so much.